Hello. You guys will have to let me know if you can hear me. Um, I am not quite sure what the sound is doing. Let me go over here. Interesting notification. Not quite sure. Okay. Hello. Oh, hey, Angela. Thank you. I wasn't sure if I was alone here or if like anyone is here. I really appreciate you letting me know. Hi and welcome. Great to have you. Um, how is everyone's holiday season going? I'm going to grab the mini reading info and I'll paste it for you. So if you want to jump on the list, you can. Just make sure after you go pay, you advance your video to the current time so that there isn't a delay because it'll automatically pause your video when you step out to make your payment to jump on the list. Um, your holidays are meh. Holiday season is meh. I get it, Angela. Likewise. I wouldn't say it's meh. I would say I have such momentum going on with other things that it feels like an interruption. Like, oh, like, okay, let me just get through this so that I can get on with the things that I'm working on elsewhere and in other ways. Oh, I need to open this in a different browser. Because Safari and Google doesn't play as nicely as Google Chrome with YouTube live streams. Um, okay, gotcha. Okay, soon as I can open my Google Chrome browser, I will paste the info for you. I also felt like really flat coming into the holidays, like before Thanksgiving. I like organized myself. Like I'm a Christmas celebrator. I know everyone is not, but I am. So I organized myself a tree trimming party with some friends, and then I went to like a holiday thing with some friends, and it just still it just feels flat, this year for me, really flat. But that's me. That's why I asked, like, how's it going for you guys? Okay, now I'm in Safari in the right window. So if you want to jump on the list, you absolutely can. Um, 4444 to that PayPal gets you on the list. When I read for you, I'll do about 4 minutes of astro after I've set up your chart. And we can go pretty deep in 4 minutes, so don't be fooled. And then I add on a tarot layer on top of that. So it's astro and tarot together. So we can look at all things. And if your question is less tarot related and more kind of like mission purpose or like soul path sort of related, I also have a few oracle decks here as well that we can pull from for higher guidance or guidance from your higher self. Angela says, I'm having to fight a fraudulent eviction. Accounting was wrong. Case dismissed, but stressful. Oh my gosh, Angela, I'm so sorry to hear that. That is very stressful. Um, very sorry to hear that. Glad you were able to get the case dismissed. That sounds like a best case scenario. Hopefully they were able to pay your lawyer too, but my goodness, really last thing you need trying to close out the year. Wow. Okay, so the intel was posted. Oh, it didn't post. I just refreshed. Do you guys see? Do you guys see the information? No, it didn't post. I thought I pasted it. Oh, I'm in the wrong account on my side. Okay, I'm not in my moderation account. Let me try again. excuse me, a little personal Mercury retrograde here. Not easy to be sure with Christmas too. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure for you, okay, now I am in the right place posting the right things. There we go. Now you should see it. Yes, yay, I did it. Okay. Let me see if I can post it and then add mini reading plus tarot. Okay, there you go. And we'll pin the plus tarot one. Pin message. There we go. Go. Hey, Third Eye Yari. It's so great to see you. Thanks, Angela, for understanding my personal Mercury retrograde there. I appreciate it. And thanks, guys, for your patience. So here's the deal. You'll make your payment and it'll add you to the list. Once you're on the list, I read people in the order they've arrived. Audra Russo's on the list, just made payment. Thank you so much. So I'm going to read for you first. And then, like I said, I'll do 4 minutes of chart reading for you. And then I'm going to jump into some tarot or oracle to clarify your question. Okay. Um, so yeah, really looking forward to reading for some folks. I decided to do this because the December calendar has been fully booked since before November, or since before December started. And as well, the January calendar is now mostly fully booked. So wanted to provide some additional ways for people who might need guidance, like right now, to be able to get that. Um, so Talene is on the list and Angela's on the list. Thank you as well. So here's what you're going to do. As soon, no, I'm trying to open up. Yay, awesome. Angela, you're the third person here, so thank you so much. Audra's first, then Talene, and then you. Only three on the list right now. So Audra, if you would go ahead and drop your birth details and question in a single comment, that would be ideal. Birth details and question in a single comment. Audra first. Once I wrap up with Audra and start Audra's tarot portion, I'm going to come to you, Talene, and tell you to go ahead and put your information in the chat. Please hold your question and birth details until I call your name. That way I don't miss it. Ooh, Kylie, welcome. So great to have you here. Big Cappy season in the house. Thank you so much, Kylie, my moderator with the mostest. Love having you here. Love seeing you here. So Audra first, thank you. Garland Tex. Okay, let me get chart stuff ready now. Gonna share screen. And make sure none of my personal stuff is in the background here. Close that. Okay, we're good. Let me share the screen. Desktop one. Open this out. Minimize this. And there we go. All right, let's set up Audra's chart. And got my links out of the way. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, Kylie. You're such an extraordinary moderator here. Appreciate your consistency and dedication. Uh, when we get to a pause in the action here, I'll definitely do a question for you. So just stay tuned, Kylie. Garland and Audra's birth detail is 1010. 1970. And we've got 11:41 a.m. 10:10:70, 11:41 a.m. Garland, Texas. We get the option for Bowie or Dallas. Since the time zone is going to be the same, I'm just going to keep it as is. If the time zone was going to be radically different, Audra, then I would ask for specification. Let me set my timer for 4 minutes. Okay. There we go. So the question is, am I ever going to find love? Absolutely, you will. It's very rare that I've seen a chart that's set up for monastic life. In fact, I think I've only really ever seen it like once or twice in all of my years reading. But I do see you've had some challenges actually. In the last 7 years in particular, there are also some lifelong challenges when it comes to finding love, but there's the last 5.5, 6 years have been an issue. And you're closing out, as of next year, actually, you're closing out a 7.5 year cycle where it would have been difficult because there were some other lessons for you to learn, Audra. Let me tell you exactly when that closes. It's actually not going to close until 2026, but you're at the tail end of it. So actually, no, it closes 2025. Okay, so let me just see 6th month of 2025. Yeah, by June, the 7.5 year transit is complete. Well and truly complete, but you're going to start to feel it receding even more from your life as early as mid-March. It seems like there's some relief in terms of finding love, quality people, people who are at your frequency, who want the things that you want. Additionally, by the time we get into March, we do see Jupiter direct in your 7th house of commitment and partnership. Wherever Jupiter goes, he brings expansion, growth, and opportunity. So opportunities to meet someone are very high as we get into the spring, if you're still in the Northern Hemisphere. Addition to that, we see Jupiter will then move into Cancer, which will create a trine to your natal Venus. And so what's really exciting about that, and that'll be in 2026, is that you're kind of in this like 2 year window where you get to the quality of matches will be higher, the synchronicity behind in between you and life to bring you love is higher. Jupiter, the expansion, growth, and opportunity bringer, it's only in our 7th house once every 12 years. And so if it's felt like life has just been forcing you to focus on other things for a while, that would be accurate, but that season is over. And while it's been over for a while, I'd say maybe since 2022, Jupiter in the 5th house of dating, flirtation, and romance. Um, what I would say is you've also had some mitigating factors with Saturn transit moon here, something the Vedics call sati sati, that really forces your hand on focusing on certain parts of learning, growth, and development to prepare you for the next chapter and season. On the other side of that, also forces you to focus on your North Node. This has a lot more to do with going with the flow. One of the things in this lifetime you're meant to be releasing is some of that monastic life. It looks like maybe one of your past lives might have been a bit monastic, but this lifetime is not supposed to be. And so this sort of kind of you're meant to be growing a lot of compassion for humanity's foibles. in certain ways and relaxing, not your standards, but certainly the things that operate as some form of barrier between you and other people because they aren't perfect. Like, let's just say they breathe funny or have a high pitched voice. That's my timer going off. And you were hoping for somebody with a deeper voice, but they're perfect in every other way. Um, really getting to the place where you're releasing any perfectionism sort of things, keeping your standards, but releasing perfectionism and going with the flow a little bit more is part of the process. So, yes, next year looks great. And just to put a period on the sentence of the astro part of your reading and starting the tarot part, um, I do see that it is very likely you'll meet somebody perchance through work just based on your natal chart. Now, I can go a lot deeper in a personal reading. We could look at a solar return and just see where between October 2025 and October 2020 or 2024 and 2025 where love is supposed to come in for you in a private reading. But for now, I do see that your chart is really set up for you to find love through some of your public sector sort of stuff. Let me just check with the tarot now. And Talene, you're next. So if you want to go ahead and get your question ready and post it, that would be great. So I'm going to read for you next. I'm going to shuffle the Light Seers Tarot deck for you, Audra. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's a gorgeous, very colorful, beautifully designed deck by somebody named Chris And. Comes out of the Hay House publication, Be a Myth. So let's just see, what does Audra need to know about love in 2025? And specifically, I would say, like, what does she need to let go of in order to let love come in? Ooh, coming out is strength, upright. Just two more cards. What's Audra need to let go of to let love come in? One more coming out is Three of Wands reversed. What does Audra need to let go of? Ooh. Okay, Four of Wands reversed, clarifying the Two of Wands upright. Okay, this is telling me that sometimes there's two things that have been in the way of you actually finding love. Strength upright is showing me in this particular deck um, that you can come across in a way as like you don't need nobody to do nothing. And relationships aren't even really about needs. Finding love isn't about needing someone, but there's a tougher exterior that you can have that can play a role in having people feel like, oh, um, getting close can be difficult, despite the fact that there is a very soft, tender, gentle exterior. Sometimes you don't always lead with that. And so this is really giving me the impression here that finding love in 2025 is going to be about showing that softer side first. And then the remaining two of cards, the Three of Wands in reversed, which tends to be about, waiting for your ships to come in. This is about getting out in the water and participating, like taking that surfboard, getting out on the open ocean and participating in the waves of ebb and flow when it comes to love. Two of Wands upright, clarified by the Four of Wands reversed. Two of Wands typically talks about needing to make a decision, and in many cases, kind of having already made one, but holding on to something else. This is really talking about getting clear about what your decision is. I've been speaking a lot because this is really showing up in the astrology of 2025 where we have just like attachment that isn't serving, right? So this may be needing to like walk away or let go or release a situation that in your heart. And I'm not saying let go of a person. If that's the person you want to be with, work on that, work toward that. But what I'm saying is if there are situations that have not worked out and you're harboring pain, you're harboring resentment, you're harboring anger, rage, these sort of things, this is talking about releasing that, not letting that be a part of how you manifest love anymore or be in the mix while you're trying to manifest love, as well as, being a little open to somebody actually dating you as opposed to, well, we hung out once and now they should be committed. Now they should be calling me all the time. And, I'm sure you're not like that. None of us are like that. But this is really talking about giving yourself more space to be with the flow of all of the wonderful, fun things that can happen before a commitment, knowing that, there's great stuff in the unfoldment and allowing things to blossom and grow in their own time. Okay. So that's what I got. We can actually look more specifically at, specific situations for you in a private reading if you want to go deeper. But that's a great question. Of course, you're welcome to jump on the list for a follow-up if you'd like. Um, we're going to move on now to Celine. You'll have to let us know how that resonated. Audra, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to close out Audra's chart. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Welcome. Great to have you. We're reading now for Celine. And let's see. Angela will be after Talene, then Eleonora, and then Danielle. And then it would be you if you're listening and you'd like to get a reading. You absolutely can. The way to do that is through the link up above. You'll see the pinned comment at the top of the chart. And if you've got any further questions, my moderator, Kylie, will definitely answer those for you. If you're just joining, welcome in. Doing one question, one chart, mini reading, followed by a tarot or oracle closer. Do about 4 minutes on the chart, and then we switch over to the tarot. Would love to read for you if you're feeling guided to get a reading. 5, 7, 1985. And we're looking at 10:51 a.m. Amazing. Okay. Oh, you work from home, Audra. Okay, got you. Yeah, you can go to like networking things in your local area for things related to what you do. But like I said, there could be something in your solar return chart that gives better clarity about where you could meet someone next year. And we can definitely look at that if you'd like to do that. Hey, Aberon, Intuition and Tarot, great to have you. Welcome. All right, let me set the timer for Talene. We're going in. Celine says, what does my love life and also self-love look like in 2025? Great question. Display transits, new date. Kylie, do you meet people in Starbucks? Like, I'm curious. Is that how you met people in the Starbucks or the library? That's a good one. Okay, so your love sector is governed by Uranus and Saturn. Okay, and there's proximity between them, 17 degrees Sag, 25 degrees Scorpio, so just about 30 degrees between the two of them. By the time we get to the middle of next year, okay, so Jupiter will be out here in Gemini, and he's the expansion, growth, and opportunity bringer. We also see a sextile between Jupiter and your natal Venus by the middle of the year. And so I do suspect that it's this sextile that's likely to really kind of kick off some of your love life stuff. 2026, I'm going to be honest, looks a lot better because there'll be a nice trine from Jupiter in Cancer to the governor of your seventh house of committed partnership. And then 2027 looks even better. But for now, we'll work with the sextiles. Sextiles mean you need to have some level of personal participation going on in order to be able to have something come in. And I'll also say, let's see, it's 2025, this is 2024. Let me see. Display transits, new date. Jupiter's not going to move that much. Oh, by the middle of the year, he is in Cancer, but, and we'll see Uranus doing some of the activation. Okay, so let's just clear that. By the middle of the year, interesting, your intuition really picks up next year. And we see a conjunction between Venus and Uranus, which will have some surprises in love for folks. That does look like it'll oppose your natal Saturn as the governor of your seventh house. Right now, I think the biggest thing for you is that there is a little bit of a shakeup going on in your love life where there's some new energy wanting to come in with Pluto having arrived in your seventh house of committed partnership next year. And so with that unfolding, you're going to see that some very interesting new type of individuals can come in. On the light side, the individuals who come in are very powerful people. They have a real understanding of how to like run their show in their life, how to accomplish, succeed, get things done that they say they want to get done. You'll have the experience in perceiving these people, dang, he's really got his shit together. That's the one thing to not do is to shy away from that. But the other thing you want to pay attention to is where that out it extends past the normal boundary of self-control into trying to control you. And people in the shadow of this energy can show up that have, you know, a real tendency for power struggle sort of stuff with you. And so one of the things that I'm seeing here for you is getting acclimated to dealing with more powerful people is going to be a big part of next year when it comes to your love life. And then I'll also say that, you know, there could be a few surprises. Certainly we'll see Venus and we'll see Mercury retrograde. Not Mercury, Juno retrograde next year. I suspect that Juno retrograde in particular, conjunct your South Node, is going to bring somebody back from your past as well, likely in the first 6 months of the year. If they haven't already shown up, since Juno is roughly at this degree right now in Scorpio, conjunct your South Node. So somebody from the past, powerful, powerful people look like they could show up. This is really about learning how to own your power in love and connection next year. Let's go ahead and get your tarot portion out. Get that deck out that I like to use. Come on, all the cards. So for you, I'm going to guide to grab the Santa Muerte deck. Actually, I'm guided to use the Rider-Waite. Let me grab that. Standard Rider-Waite deck. You have that and kind of know basic cards and what they all look like. Now that I moved on to Talene's tarot portion, Angela, you're going to be next. Angela, thank you for your patience. Angela, if you could go ahead and paste your question in the chat, that'd be amazing. After Angela will be Eleonora and then Danielle. Let's see. Talene. Talene's love life in 2025. What does she need to know about it? That came out real quick and easy. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Two of Swords reversed. This talks about being decisive. Ace of Wands upright. This talks about taking action and taking initiative. It also talks about Ace of Wands activity, if you know what I mean. I'm trusting you do. I'm using that in a tongue-in-cheek manner. And then the final card here is the Magician reversed. What's interesting about this is that the Ace of Wands gives us action being taken, but the Magician reverse talks about things not manifesting, not coming into fruition. When I put this together with the card that talks about being clear and decisive, this combination is telling me you already know what you want. There's nothing special, woo-woo, or magical that you need to do in the spiritual realm, but there are some actions you could be taking in the material realm to facilitate bringing the desires of your heart closer. And so, where action needs to be taken, this is really talking about being fearless, being willing to take a risk, knowing that there is new beginning for you in 2025 in your love life. It is a function of your decisiveness and your participation in the third dimension. Again, there's no ritual, there's no woo-woo, like there's no magic to this. It's called showing up for life. Um, these three are really talking about for you. So I love to see it, Talene. I can't wait to get into 2025 and do some mini readings with you so I can hear all about how it goes. I think it's going to be a very interesting year. Like I said, some very powerful people. Could even be someone from your past showing up in the first 6 months of the year, looking for some sort of second chance. It does look like they will show up in a different format, resurrected, being different and changed in some capacity. You just got to be ready to be different and changed for yourself as well. Because when we are different, things can't repeat in the same way. So, uh, Ace of cucumbers, ace of eggplants, ace of carrots. Very funny. Yeah, Ace of Wands activity would definitely be tongue in cheek for Ace of Eggplants, which is tongue in cheek for I think you know what. So Angela, I'm gonna read for you next. Uh, hopefully you do know what you want to lean, and in knowing what you want, you're going to be able to find ways to create that. 31. And we are AM Carson City, Nevada, 12/7. Hey, happy belated birthday. 1982, 8:31 a.m. Let's get into it. Thanks everyone for listening and for joining. You're new or if this is your first time, stick around, listen to me do a couple questions. You'll get a vibe on how it works. I'm reading now for Angela. Next will be Eleonora and then Danielle. You would be right after Danielle if you decide you'd like to get on the list. Way to do that is right up here in the pinned comment. I'm doing one question, one chart mini readings plus a tarot or oracle pull for you. And yeah, you would be after Danielle. Let's set the timer for Angela and check out her question. Can you tell me what the highest potential is in my chart, considering the very near future transits? Absolutely. We would like some good news. Wouldn't we all? Okay, so let's just take a look at the transits. And actually, you know what I'm going to do for you? Pull up a solar return chart. Since your birthday just passed, I'll just take a look at good news for next year, highest potential for next year. Angela, let me pause the timer. Angela, where were you December 7th of this year? What city, state, country were you in December 7th, 2024, just a couple weeks ago? Let us know, and I'll take a look at that highest potential energy for you. It's a bit general, but hopefully, you know, a more general answer will serve where you're at the moment. Okay. Vancouver, USA, Vancouver, Washington. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and plug that in. Cool. All right, so this will give us a peek into between December and December, highest potentials for you. All right, let me press play on that timer again. Here we go. Amazing. Mhm. Where is your moon? Okay. Well, next year there's some real growth and expansion in your community. And with your extended family, siblings, cousins, and neighbors, kind of like soul family. There's a lot of growth in that area of your life, but there's also a lot of learning as it pertains to life on the whole. I'm just looking for, and there's all, yeah, I also see your intuition is if it's not already, it does look like all of next year, it's a bit on fire. Like you've got a lot of intuitive hits, intuitive downloads, a lot of clarity, a lot of guidance. I would say really pay attention to those little hunches and nudges about timing and location, like where to be and when, and what to do and when. So I do see your intuition is going to show you some things next year that about how well looked after you are by the divine, by God, by the angels, Allah, whomever you pray to. Um, that I do see here, you've got this energy that showcases you will they will be talking loudly through signs and symbols, maybe your clairaudience, definitely your dreams. And they're going to really take over some like maneuvering you to certain places and locations in life to get you where you want to be. Now, I do see that trying to do that. Let's undo that. I do see as well that there is some level of like, oh yeah, new friends. There's a lot of new friends about to come in for you as well. I do see you've been through a period of purge around your friendships. And I do see new friends coming in finally. And I think you've probably felt this since about 2020, that you've struggled maybe in certain friendships or that you've outgrown them or that they've just dissolved on their own. I do see new friendships coming in, and they're going to be very supportive, very powerful, and also very liberating for you in 2025. So I see you stepping into a major healership and teacher role next year as well with Chiron speaking to a Sun Mercury conjunction in the solar return chart. There's a lot of people who are going to start to look to you. So I don't know if you're planning some sort of business launch, book publication, blog, or podcast launch. But I do see that in your chart, there's a visibility theme that does seem to take place next year that allows you some opportunity to aid people, help people, grow people, assist people. And there's the timer um, by helping people who have gone through what you've already overcome. Looks like you step into a level of assisting them as well in some capacity. Now, this could be a thing you get paid for, but it doesn't have to be. It could just be that there are some very specific people placed in your life um, to learn from you because you are at the right place, just one or two steps in front of them to show them how you did it, and that be informative enough for them to find their way through it. So really, really good stuff. But if this is a business launch, Angela, I gotta be honest, looks like it goes quite well. Looks like you're learning some stuff about marketing and it just kind of takes off. There's a lot of growth and expansion. Okay. Highest potentials for Angela in 2025. I'm gonna grab an oracle card for you. Let's just see about Angela's highest potentials in 2025. Oh, that fell out fast. I didn't even have to shovel. Okay. Seventh ray of ritual, order, and harmony. Talk about signs and syncs with numbers. It is the 44th card of this deck. I am using the Lightworker Oracle Guidebook by Alana Fairchild. The 44, just give you a couple of notes from it, from the book. It's a really beautiful guide. Definitely check it out. Seventh ray of ritual, order, and ceremony. When the gift of the seventh ray enters your life, something new is being formed. Definitely saw that in your chart. New friends, new biz, or light work coming out to help people in a new way. Something that will benefit your world. Now, there may be an increased interest in magic, ceremony, and ritual for healing purposes. Now, if you are a healer, I definitely see in your chart there is some way that even just sharing your story, it looks like that really heals people around you. Resonating with high frequency violet light and Archangel Zadkiel, the seventh ray also helps transmute energy from lower to higher frequency. And I definitely saw that showing itself in your friendship circle in particular. It is a spiritual cleansing agent that allows the truth of spiritual freedom, empowerment, and choice to be seen and felt, restoring hope and joy to the heart. And the seventh ray is the push-pull between the old and the new, the life that has been and can no longer continue in that form, and the new life that wants to evolve from the old. It honors traditions and ancestral wisdom that serve new life. When the seventh ray enters your life, you're asked to balance your attachment to what has been with an openness to the new. It's a time to fearlessly question what has been, honor what continues to hold value, and dismiss what no longer serves you. Wow. Really potent. Definitely get a vibe of crossing over for you into a next level of life. So that's what I have for you, my love. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. What is the rest of that? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll put that down. Angela, you'll have to let us know how that all resonates. And if it doesn't resonate yet, just wait as you get into 2025. It might. Really looking forward to that. I meant to tell you, Eleanor, to go ahead and paste your questions. Always great to see you here. Can't wait to read for you. After I finish with Eleonora, then I'm going to read for Danielle, and then it would be your turn. If you would like to get on the list and you're listening, it would be perfect. There's only two people in front of you, so we get there fairly quickly. The way to jump on the list is to go ahead and make that payment of $44.44 to the pinned comment at the top. And then you'll be in the queue for a 4-minute tarot or astro reading and then a tarot or oracle follow-up. Okay. Slovakia, International. Okay. September 2nd, 1969, 5:10 p.m. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Let me set the timer. And as soon as I get to the tarot portion, Danielle, go ahead and drop your question in the chat. Let me set the timer here for our lovely Ella. She says, what can I expect from the eclipses in 2025? Well, that's a question. Let me pull up the eclipse table. Let me pause that so I can get that tool together. Table of eclipses. Susan. 2025 eclipses, timer again. Okay. March 13th, 20 degrees of Virgo, degrees of Pisces, 20 Virgo. So these are what's stored. The impact range is here to, what is that, 15 degrees here. Okay, well, apparently your whole life's a shakeup in some really good, beautiful ways. Yeah, and you have a lot of fixed energy, so I'm not surprised that you're stacked this way. Okay, so here's the deal. Um, these eclipses are going to help loosen the bond between you and patterns that have followed you around in the arena of love and money specifically. They're also going to assist you in facilitating some new beginnings. Let's see, solar eclipse is 9 degrees Aries. That's going to be Jupiter, Mercury, Uranus, and Chiron. Jupiter, career, new stuff. Mercury, relationship and family, home, new stuff. Uranus, sense of identity, completely new stuff. Chiron, evolving from where you've held on to abandonment or rejection and self-worth issues into guidance, leadership, and teaching for other people, getting an opportunity to release those stories. So really beautiful there. And then if we look at the eclipses at a broad level, that are Virgo Pisces, now we're talking about closures related to, for you, the sun, which is Leo, relationship. So we've got a relationship closure. We've got a faith-related closure. It looks like you're completing some sort of cycle around higher education potentially as well. We've got travel or visa issues. It looks like those can clear up next year or complete. And then let's see, we've got some specifically nodal axis eclipse. March 13th one is going to be the big one for you. Starts January 13th. You'll begin to feel it. That one is for you, really going to help you close out some toxic attachments from your past. Looks like they are belief system related pertaining to relationship. So I know you and I have talked a lot about certain relationship stuff in the past. I am going to be launching a course with my spiritual mentor in the end of January. Really hope you join that. I think it'll help with some of what we are seeing here. That's what I have on these eclipses with 8 seconds left on the timer. I am so good. Oh, go ahead, K-Moon, baby. Yes. Rock that time. I can't believe I did that fast. Let's take a look at the tarot component for you. I want to use this deck. This deck is speaking loudly for what we just saw. Deck I'm using is by a woman named Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel. And the cards are called Black Angel cards. And what I like about this deck is it shows us shadow and light. And when we're manifesting in shadow, the behaviors, manifesting in light of the same frequency of energy, the behaviors. And then it gives you tips for your soul revival. It is centered for African American women, but many of the pieces and wisdom are universally applied, especially for women, but and also for those who feel like they are only here on earth to serve. And once they've served, they are out. So Medicine Woman is the card that came out for you, came out upright, which lets us know that you're probably manifesting in the light side next year. Card says, you are flowing with what's natural for you. On the waking path, you are attuned to nature. On the sleeping path, controlling. All praises to the Medicine Woman. You can take something powerfully wrong and make it powerfully right with your understanding of nature. As a medicine woman, your divine work in knowing and providing natural cures for all that ails the soul has been known for centuries, but often at your feet in soul, we are often at your feet in soul pain. But you come to us in your glory, not with mercy or self-pity, but with genuine compassion. To you, everything on earth can be used in healing. On your waking path, your soul is in sync with nature. You feel completely comfortable with what you're doing and where you are. As a medicine woman, you have knowledge of how to use what's around you. So be the herbalist. You know that when the soul is attuned to nature or in harmony with the environment, it is a soul that is well. Okay. Let's see. You can dance between your true essential natural self and the self that conforms. This tango is usually a struggle between the aster and then living in the 3D. Sometimes we can feel we're doing what's natural for us. And then down the road, we discover we're not who we once were. The sense of not doing or being who you are can lead to soul ailments and the sleeping path. You can move towards some personal discomfort and agitation as you attempt to control the soul ailments, as you attempt to control, you can come onto your sleeping path struggling against nature. Control eliminates your attunement to what is natural for you. This control keeps you in the business of finding remedies for everything and everyone. Let's see. So this is kind of a warning, I would say, about like how to not slip into the sleeping path next year. Um, your selection of this card may signal that you have an acute need to find a remedy for every problem, not willing to face the fact that there may not be a remedy for all that ails the soul, and some ailments or problems simply need to be ridden out. The selection may also indicate you can have trouble coping with soul pain or negativity and that you're quick to find the cure. You may do the work of harmonizing the souls of others because you cannot tolerate your own discomfort in being out of step with your own natural self. Your soul revival is to find your way back to your natural life, the original you. Your comfort zone is with your natural self. You must recover parts of yourself that were covered up or pushed away to assimilate into life here. Have you done things that you wanted and still find an emptiness inside? What are the things you want to do? As a medicine woman, you remind us that we have an infinite and resounding relationship with nature. Your presence in our lives brings peace and serenity. So I think the concluding message there is create the same peace that you give to others for yourself. Really beautiful energy. Thank you for letting us look at that with you. And giving yourself that space to be the version of you that you really want to be next year, coming into your own harmony. So I'm going to go ahead and read for Danielle. Danielle, it is your turn. Thank you so much for your, let's go ahead, Danielle, and see your question there. Come back and quit Safari since we're not using that app. Come back over here and reshare screen. You have to let us know how that card resonates. It did come out upright, which lets me know that you will mostly be not on the sleeping path, but on the waking path next year. And it looks like you'll find the ways to deal with the shadow sides of that energy, the soul pain energy, should it show up. So let me just getting my screen refreshed here. Cool. Uh, you feel the energy building. Nice, Angela. Really happy to hear that. Okay, let's see what's going on for Danielle. Ooh. And we're gonna go, if you would like to get on the list, you can. Danielle is the one who is up, but then it would be your turn. And if anyone listening had a question, would like to do a second question, now is a great time to get your second question in. We're gonna go ahead and drop in. Let me just double check because my screen seems to be, oh no, it's doing the right things. Okay, so here we go. Danielle was born in St. Paul, Minnesota. Every time I think of Minnesota, I think of Prince and Janet Jackson. Oh, she's such an icon. 7:55 p.m. Just make sure I've got it all right. Oh, so happy the card resonated, Ella. Thank you. 7:25, 7:55 p.m. St. Paul. Let's get it. Thank you so much for your patience, Danielle. List is open. You've got a question, would be more than happy to read for you. So please go ahead and jump on it. And then Kylie, if you have a question, I'm going to do you next. She did a lot of her recording work in St. Paul, is what I mean. Yeah, the Jacksons, I believe, were from Indiana. They grew up in Indiana. At least I think they did. I have to Google that. Okay, let me set the timer. Danielle wants to know, what do I see for moving? Oh, that's an interesting question. I go back and forth. Should I, shouldn't I? Is it worth moving when or with anyone? Try to pro and con list and it doesn't help. I know pro and con lists confuse me. I know it's meant to be straightforward, but it just, when you know the machinations of your own mind and the way you trick yourself, you know, like your own processing, like the way your mind like doesn't always operate straightforwardly, you're like, oh, you can trick yourself in pro and con list. So relocation, fourth house is governed by Venus and is also governed by Juno. I see for you that a window has opened. I see why you've probably been back and forth. That's Jupiter retrograde on top of that Venus here. If you're willing and want to move, I do see an opportunity to do that. Shows itself early next year. It looks like in the first quarter. Let me give you some exacts. And it does look like the right place can show itself. Now, the challenge I see you running into is timing wise. Like, had you done this sooner? Well, no, not really. Either way, the timing of this move does seem to coincide with some financial tightness that I'm seeing in your chart. I was trying to think of the right word. That's the best word I could come up with. By the time we get into, let's go to April 21st, right around April, that's kind of the peak window, but you've been in this window since June of this year, June, July, August, roughly September of this year, August, September is when Jupiter would have first kind of gotten in range of that Venus, I believe. Jupiter then retrograded, probably made you feel like, maybe that's not the right time, or you started looking. Jupiter governs your house of wish fulfillment. Maybe you stopped seeing things that were your ideal house on the market. Um, Jupiter also going retrograde would have impacted your financial sector. So maybe your money got a little bit tight. In your case, I would say one of the best things you can do, just wait for Jupiter to go direct, start looking again. I do feel like you're going to start to find, you will see like a house that's just too good to miss. It does look like moving solo. Well, hang on, I'm going to get to that. Let me see. What are we looking for? Jupiter retrograde. I think it's February 4th. Don't quote me on that. Jupiter retrograde. 4 dates and degrees. Astroseek. This is what I'm looking for. Jupiter retrograde, December 13th, January 2nd. Okay, let me go in. Come on, little internet, you can do it. Why is the internet playing with me? Yeah, February 4th, 2025. Okay. So what I would say is after February 4th of 2025, it does look like there is a lot of opportunity that opens up, especially the further away from the cusp of your second house Saturn is. And thank God for you, it's going to be a quick pass through the second house. Um, there's a lot of, sort of energy that will free up. And frankly, I think some money is going to free up to get you into your particular um, housing situation. Now, when it comes to living with others, and the timer just went off, so I'm going to wrap this up and then I'm going to give you an oracle card about it. When it comes to living with others, you could go either way. Governor of the fourth house in the sign that deals with sibling, cousins, and neighbors, in the house that deals with children. Moving in with people could actually be very harmonious for you. It'll probably help you from going too deep within inside yourself, especially if living alone has manifested more of the shadow side of Juno and Scorpio nature, which can have you kind of looping and in obsessive loops. um, kind of ruminating on some of the more challenging aspects of life and things you want to change. Living with people can actually help you transcend and overcome that and enjoy more of the lighter side of life. But I do see you thrive in either circumstance. It's just up to you how you want to live. Because next year is so heavy with a Juno retrograde, I would say move with other people because it's going to make getting through the Juno retrograde much easier. Um, yeah, that's what I would say. But let me get you an oracle card about it. I had to use my animal messages tarot deck. It's not tarot, it's just oracle deck. Animal messages, seek inspiration from your animal guides. This deck is by Susie Green. Lovely Susie Green, thank you for your gift. We are going to go ahead and shuffle for lovely Danielle. And the list is open. If you'd like to bid on it, you absolutely can. It would be your turn as soon as I'm done here with Danielle. Let's see. What information could you reveal to Danielle that will help her relocate? In other words, the astrological answer to your question is yes, I do see a move. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh, okay. So whale came out for you. Beautiful painting of a mama and baby whale here. Let's just see. Now, why wouldn't she put a number on these or put them in alphabetical order? Does she have a table of contents? Or do I have to go flipping through every single page trying to find? Okay, creatures of the air. Grief. Okay, let me find the whale card. Give me a second because she didn't organize this. There's the whale card. Through music, you reclaim life's magic and grow strong in body and soul. Whale, sublime denizen of the deep oceans, communicates in complex song and serenades his love from afar, telling her of his prowess, experience, and wisdom. We rarely now use our voices except in mundane speech. Oh, I get it. Okay. I'm gonna decode this for you in 1 second. Um, the cry of triumph, the song of joy, the mystic's chants, and the scream that releases tension all die before they find utterance. Yet rhythm, vibration, and frequency say much and heal both the body and soul. It can also heal your life. Reclaim your voice and, like whale, grow strong and light as his magic transforms your mind. Um, Look here. Your fifth house of manifestation and creatorship is governed by the sign of Gemini, which deals with using the voice. Jupiter is here for a once in 12-year expansion stay. It's already been about 6 months of this. You got about 6 months more. You can call in the home you want and the living circumstance you want by utilizing your voice in your private meditation time. This is talking about really speaking out what you want in specifics and then going out in the world and exploring it with the whale card. But really utilizing your voice to be clear, not just with your realtor or your agent, but instead, like really manifesting it through the throat chakra, utilizing that throat chakra to speak to the air molecules around you. This is the home I want next. Okay. So I love it. That is a nice message. Really, really, really nice message. I don't know. I think it might be a beluga whale. Doesn't say. It's cute, but maybe I just think it's a beluga whale because of that song about a baby beluga whale. They're cute though. They're really cute whales. But that's what I got for you, Danielle. Thanks so much for letting me read for you. Um, okay. And let me go ahead and post on the main channel that we are live. So if anybody wants to jump in, they absolutely can. And then I'm gonna see what kind of whale it was. Kylie, if you have a question, and if anyone has kind of like collective sort of questions, this is the point when there's a little pause in the action where I can look at answers for questions for the collective. Okay, let me go ahead right here. Yes, and my Kylie, if you've got a question, now's the time for you to paste it. I'm going to do your question next, Kylie. Was hoping a boo to come back in to live with. Interesting. Because roommates, I've had nightmare ones in the past. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could, but just looking at your chart again. Let me pause this because your chart is still up in my replay on YouTube. Let me just see that chart real quick. Aries and Pisces will host the Venus retrograde, South Node and North Node for you, 18 degrees. I don't know that it's going to go back that far. And Juno will be in the Scorpio. Yeah. What is your vertex point? 25 degrees Leo. Okay, yeah, actually, The Juno retrograde could bring an X back in that you could live with, but I'm going to be really honest with you. The angle at which that retrograde is unfolding, specifically the Juno retrograde, it does look like, let's see, 5 degrees Leo. It's both inconvenient and nice. Like they come at a time where it's like, oh, you couldn't have picked a better time. Like you couldn't have come when I wasn't so focused on some other things. Like I definitely see that factor in the mix. And simultaneously I see that there's something about it where I there could be a part of you that's a little like, fuck it, let's do it. So let me switch accounts, but before I do, let me grab this link, switch into my K-Moon account. So that's what I have on that. But yeah, even that, I would speak that into existence if that's something you want. Okay. That's an experience you want to have. I would start the process of like utilizing your voice in your manifestation time to really decree it in present tense. I have, I live with, that sort of thing. Got a single cue for me. Now's the time to grab a live mini reading. 4 minutes on Astro, 4 minutes Tarot/Oracle, and a lot of fun. Come by and say hi, or just soak up the community vibes. Okay, here we go. Post. Okay, let me switch back to this account. So bad. I haven't been in my comment section on YouTube in like over a month. I have no idea what's going on. I hope it's nice. I hope people are being nice. But I have not looked. I just do not have the time right now. Okay. No, I didn't want to be in Creator Studio. I want to be on my channel. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's just see. Okay, yes. So Kylie, the cards are Susie Green, Animal Messages. Seek, and Susie is Susie. And Green is Green. No E at the end. I know sometimes people with the last name Green spell it with 3 E's, 2 in the middle and 1 at the end, but not this particular Susie. Don't worry, I've been watching for the weirdos in the comments. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. Kylie, you have the ability to delete comments as well. All the moderators do. You can take comments out of the comment section if they're looking crazy. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. You're always spot on, so I can't wait. Okay, I heard it's possible in a QHHT session. I'm always the let's leap girl. Nice, Danielle. Okay, really love that. Okay. I don't know what whale. That was hilarious. Well, I didn't know what whale. I don't know what kind of whale it was. It was just a cute whale. Okay. Oh, you got to see Janet, Kylie. That's so nice. Oh, one of the best concerts, hands down. Yes, Gary, Indiana. Okay, so yeah. You saw Janet this year? I really want to see her live. I've only ever deleted 2 or 3 comments. Yeah, I mean, listen, if they're respectful, great. But if they want to get in the comments and spam or know it all, you can just delete that stuff. I don't need to see it. That sometimes I actually have to take comment breaks because I'm like, you know what? Some of y'all are doing too much, and I can't be processing all that through my psyche if I'm going to stay in a good place and productive. So Kylie, what is your question? Let's go ahead and do your question, and then we'll take whoever jumps on our list next. List is open. So it would be you who's on the list next. So far, I've read for Audra, Talene, Angela, Eleonora, and Danielle. I'm going to read for my moderator, Kylie, and then I will read for you. Once you make your payment, the way to jump on the list is to, I will just share screen so that you can see. Let's see. I see you said something about I have an idea of a potential return date, but I'm not sure if it would be easier to look at his chart or mine. Definitely your chart. And that way I can also see if it's you or them reaching out. If we're looking for an X return, Kylie, let me see your chart. Okay. But yeah, if you want to get on the list, you can absolutely do that. I am taking questions. Share screen. Decided to do some live mini readings because the December calendar sold out in November, by mid-November. And then the January calendar also sold out for private readings by mid-December. So I wanted to provide some extra support for folks before we get to the new year. This is what you do. Click on this PayPal link right here, drop 4444 USD. Once you've made your payment, it gets you on the list as what I like to call next. So I'm going to read for my moderator, Kylie, and then I'm going to read for you. And when I'm done with Kylie, then you'll just put your question in the chat and I'll answer it. I'll do about 4 minutes of tarot and another 4 minutes of astro, and then another 4 minutes of tarot or oracle for you, roughly. And if anybody wants to get back on the list, you absolutely can. So Kylie is Waukegan, Illinois, Midwestern House. AFC North and easy. Oh, okay. Let's see. You see that it is being live streamed, but why are you try a reshare. Share screen. There we go. Now I can see. Okay, walking again. And we've got 3:26, 2:96. Birth time is 2:15 a.m. Okay, great. Let me hit the timer for you. So we're looking for an X return for you. It's interesting, your chart is very similar to Danielle's. Just in terms of the house setup, except for your vertex point is here, 23 degrees of, actually very similar to Danielle's, 23 degrees of Leo. Let's look at those first 2 weeks for you of February. We do have a payment come in from Black Cat Energy. So Caitlin, you're going to be next. Let me go ahead and just find this return date for Kylie. Let's see. By that time, we do see Venus opposite your vertex point. So points could be there. But if it's somebody from your past, we're definitely looking for a retrograde to bring that person back. Let um let me go further out. You may hear from them by that point, but things may really heat up. Actually, this is not the first week of February, so let's go there. This is second, first 2 weeks. Let's just get to Valentine's Day, February. We don't have retrograde activity at that time, except for Mars. So unless you want Mars, and that's not what I'm trying to say. If the person was affiliated with siblings, cousins, neighbors, learning environment, short distance travel, like maybe y'all commuted together or walked together or bike rode together, that sort of thing, then yeah, I could see that time frame bringing what that type of person back. But if this was something more developed from the past, like y'all had like a full blown love connection, it was a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend sort of thing. I would say, oops, it's not due 2025 or definitely got you on the list. Black Cat Energy, you're on the list. Natalia, if you want to get on the list, I don't have you. You just need to make your payment up here. And then I do about 4 minutes of Astro and 4 minutes of Tarot for you, get you a nice thorough read. From a timeline perspective, back to you, Kylie, now in April. So that Venus retrograde is not going to be serviceable for that vertex point or your south node or north node or your seventh house or your seventh house rulers. Maybe it'll square your moon, but you don't want that because that's like a pass by. You don't want to drive by. You want the person to show up. Let's get a little further. Let me see. 5 here. The first 2 weeks of May is when I'm seeing some level of first 2 weeks of May. That's the timeline. I'm seeing an X return for you, Kylie. That's my timer. Those first 2 weeks of May, and it may even be at the kickoff of the Juno retrograde. Does this person like work with you in some way, Kylie, or did they work with you? Did y'all work together in some capacity or meet through work or like commute to work together even? There is an opportunity for somebody. It looks like the love interest that does come in next year for you is in some way affiliated with work. Now, what could also happen is that an ex gets a job where you work, or you end up getting work from an ex, this sort of thing. You met at work. Okay, yeah, well, the first 2 weeks of May, be on the lookout for it. That person could absolutely come back. Absolutely. Or right at the start of the Juno retrograde. Pull some oracles for you about what that's gonna be like. Let me just get a shuffle. Let me shuffle, and then where is Black Cat Lady? Black Cat or Black Cat Energy, Caitlin. Where are you at? Now that I'm pulling Kylie's tarot, I want to go ahead and do I want to get your question up. What will it be like when this X returns for Kylie? Oh shit. Kylie, what will it be like when this X returns? What should Kylie look for? What should she understand or be aware of? I'm getting told to switch decks. Okay. So I was using the light worker the Light Seer Tarot. And card number one came out. Let me get card number two for you. Uh, what should Kylie be aware of when the ex? Oh, that's okay, Caitlin. Okay, cool. I'll read for you as soon as I'm done then. As soon as I'm done. Let me thoroughly answer Kylie's question and then I'm going to do you, Caitlin. No problem. What should Kylie expect when the ex returns? Wow. I do need a clarifier for that last one. I don't understand that one. That's not clear. Okay. The first one to come out was the Hierophant. The second one was Three of Cups reversed. The final one was the Eight of Pentacles reversed. The clarifier is Page of Swords upright. This person may come back in and they actually may be in another relationship. It doesn't look like they want to do a love triangle thing, thank God. Like there's no triangulation that they want to do, but it does look like they do want to be in some sort of communication. Mentally, there are certain things that they miss, appreciate, love, want to talk to you about. They like the way your mind works. Um, so that's one way this energy could play out. But the other way this energy can play out is that this ex expedites extremely quickly. Like they come in and it kind of jumps straight back into full on relationship, exactly where you were. There's no effort, there's no flirting, there's no like dating phase of this at all. It just jumps like y'all start talking and it's like y'all are right back in the relationship all over again. Um, it goes from like texting to being boyfriend and girlfriend, boom, just like that. Nothing in between. There's no like, oh, we're working on this, we're dating, we're going out and having fun, we're seeing where it's going, we're building this step by step. No, 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 no. It's like y'all are just right back in it. So, up to you how you want to play that. Bottom of the deck is Ace of Cups. It looks like the feelings are definitely there, very real on both sides. Um, but yeah, like you want it, you can have it. Up to you. Okay. We're gonna do Caitlin, and after Caitlin, it would be your turn. Thank you so much, Kylie, for letting me read for you. Really appreciate that. You'll have to let me know how that goes next year. Um, I should write Lives of Geminis and Fire Signs, and the people who love lives of Geminis and fire signs, and the people who love them. Okay, so Caitlin, let me just see here. New Zealand, hey, I love it. I'm honored you're here. I don't know, you said you were sleeping, so I imagine you're still in New Zealand. New Plymouth, 1024, 1991, 6:30 p.m. Okay, New Plymouth, New Zealand, 10/24/91, 6:30 p.m. Caitlin. Okay, cool. Got your chart. And let's see. We hit on your start on the timer. I want to sell my house and upgrade next year, but I keep flip-flopping on when to list it, any times to aim for or avoid. Great question. Okay, the home sector for you is governed here by the moon. Moon sits real close to the second house. Assets are governed by Pluto. Pluto is in the eighth in Scorpio. Let's get into it. see where we're at. Okay, you want to avoid the Juno retrograde. Let me give you exact dates. Five dates and degrees. I don't think she gave me that. I remember having to look out for that. Hang on, I have this, oops, written down. Let me find where I wrote it down for you and come right back. Let me pause your timer. Hang on one second. Search Juno retrograde. Okay, there it is. Okay, let me hit play on the timer again. And Juno retrograde, we are looking at March 19th through July 10. If you can avoid that time frame, I would say that's great. March 19th through July 10. Yeah, I would skip that. I'd also skip the Pluto retrograde. Astro Seek 2025 retrograde dates. I'd avoid there's like a lot of dates actually. Next year is a tough time to sell a house. Yeah, this Mars retrograde is not helping you either. Okay, well, when is Saturn speaking to her moon? Just see where we're at by the 8th month. Not for very long. We won't speak to the moon. Jupiter will speak to the moon by sextile. That's like more like getting a new home. Yikes. Okay. I would say the biggest thing to avoid, let me find the Pluto retrograde dates. That we just want to do. Stop. Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, May 4th through October 14th. And the Juno retrograde dates were March 19th through July 10th. Golly, that's a long time. If I were you, I would get it done anytime before March 19th. And if you can't get it done before March 19th, I would wait until after October 14th. Honestly, I'm looking at this astrologically. I'm not seeing that next year is a great move date year. That's not showing here. But I will tell you, if you have to do it next year, that's the time frame that I would do it in. If you can. If you can't, trust your life, because there's always something of benefit in it for us. It doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look like you get all the money you can for selling it at that period of time. But yeah, what date is this? Yeah, I would say the next best time frame is going to be like the August time frame, because then we see Jupiter trine the governor of your house of like income from assets, like income from a house sale. That August time frame could definitely work for you really well. So I would look at August as the best time, January, February as a priority, But if you don't do that, like if you want to wait through the winter and then come into your springtime, that August time frame, late winter time frame for those in the southern hemisphere, that looks best. Um, just checking a couple of other things. Like Jupiter trine that, where is Mars? Fifth degree. Yeah. Even when Jupiter just enters Cancer, that looks like a great period of time. And that is also, that's even earlier. Let's just see here. Yeah. Okay. So June, July, August, that time frame could work. I mean, we still have some Juno retrograde activity in the house of assets, but that's okay. I think Jupiter trine the governors of your house of asset, both Mars and Pluto, will override this and make this more of a work related issue for you. Okay. Caitlin, that's what I got for best dates and times in 2025, January, February, and then again as early as June, July, and August, and September, that time frame. Okay. Good luck. You'll have to let us know how it goes. Really excited for you. Let me just see. We need a couple of oracle cards for you. Let me, timer went off, which means that I'm going to start her oracle portion for you. I'm utilizing, she needs timing though. All right, let me use my Rider-Waite. Let's see if we can get some timings from our Rider-Waite back here. Caitlin, how does this track with what your plans are? Because an easier question for me to answer is, I know I have to move by this particular time or sell by this particular date. What do I need to look out for at that particular time? Okay. But that's like a separate question at this point. So let me just shuffle for Caitlin again. What is the timeline for Caitlin's house sale next year? Got one card. Timeline for Caitlin's house sale in 2025. Ooh, I like that card. Okay. This is the timeline for Caitlin's house sale next year. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So these cards tend to speak, I think, a little bit about like Cancer Gemini season. Let me just double check for you. Strength card, zodiac sign. So these going to be like summer months for us in the northern hemisphere, winter for you, Leo. Yeah. Leo season. So that is August, like I was saying. That August time frame does seem to get you the best money. I would skip the Gemini time frame if you can. So Gemini is so because the Three of Cups came out reversed. So I would skip that early spring in the northern hemisphere. So that's like late May, early June. But trust your life because June did show as an opportunity where you can make some money. It does look like either way. The Nine of Cups is here, and that talks about wish fulfillment. I do think you're going to get the money you want from the house sale by just kind of lining up the timing there. So August looks like the best. if you can, I would lean into that. But again, trust your life if for some reason, gosh, and we have the Six of Wands upright, which talks about victory at the very bottom of the deck. So love to see it. It looks like the house sale goes very well. Like you get the money you want out of it. It does look like it's more of a second half of the year thing, unless the first 60 days are days in which you can make it happen in terms of getting the best money out of it. Is there still money you can get out of it? If you sell more earlier than that, absolutely. Or after that, absolutely. But the best money did show itself to be more aligned with that August timeframe. So great question. Thanks for letting me answer that for you. Hopefully that helps clarify some things and gives you something to work with. Good luck. Let us know how it goes. Come back and tell us. Okay. The list is open for anyone who would like to jump open on it. Be happy to read for you. I decided to jump on and do some live mini readings today because the December calendar booked out in mid-November. The January calendar is nearly 100% full or almost fully booked. And that was mid-December that I booked out. I know some people have questions about 2025 and what to expect, or certain things they're trying to use these last 9 days or 10 days of 2024 to close out. You've got some questions. Now's the time to get on the list. You would be next. I'd be happy to read for you. Really exciting. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to my beautiful moderator, Kylie, for just directing traffic, being my air traffic control while I fly the plane. Because, I can't always direct traffic when I'm trying to deliver a reading. So, let's see. Awesome. Do any of you guys have questions like about the collective, about 2025 for either twin flames, divine counterparts, soulmates, or just kind of where we're all headed collectively? Do any of you guys have questions about that you'd like me to look at? Alternatively, anyone who's been on the list, I can do another question for you, would be happy to read for you. But now's a great time for that. And if anybody wants to jump on the list who's new, you absolutely can. I would be reading for you right now. Be my honor. Be happy to do that. You get about 4 minutes of astro. It ends up being a little closer to 5. And then you also get 4 minutes of tarot and oracle, kind of round out the pictures there. That also ends up being a little closer to 5 minutes as well. So twin flames in 2025. It's a great question, Celine. I have a lot of channeled messages that have started to come through. I need to make some recording time when I get back from a break. I'll be taking a break from tomorrow to next Friday. I'll be offline. We can look at the inauguration, absolutely. I'll pull up the date. But the twin flame stuff, to me, it's really interesting. Thank you so much for asking that beautiful question. So I've talked about this a lot on my channel, on the main channel, in the fortnightly lunar updates. But the thing that I'm seeing the most psychically is that these connections, and I'm seeing the astrology really back it up, they're trying to find footing in the third dimension. And so situations that have been a block to the allowing of connections to unfold in the third dimension are starting to fall, crumble, shift, move, um, despite, our best attempts at resistance. And, to some degree, we all have some level of resistance. I got to be honest, the nature of the third dimension resists this sort of love being manifest in form, right? Because it's not just the nature of the third dimension. I guess what I'm trying to say is um it's the nature of, how do you put it? How do I want to put it? Um the current narratives around love and connection are antithetical to this type of love showing itself in form in the third dimension, because this type of love doesn't follow those rules. It operates in a completely different way. And so, and I've talked about this because I think, let me just pull up the chart that I was looking at in Capricorn. People do not like this message. um, don't say, let me research me. There it is. Okay, so here's the Capricorn new moon. We know that I read Jupiter and Juno as the divine counterparts, as husband and wife. Um, all signs, when it comes to love, have a version of light and leadership, and then they have a version of like shadow and toxicity. And the shadow parts, they're just the parts of us that have either been disowned or have some pain, and they just need some loving and light, right? But one of the things that both with Gemini and with Scorpio, and the reason I'm focusing in on this for 2025 as a thing for cleanup, Jupiter's going to remain in Gemini for 6 months until June. She's going to remain in Scorpio until like October, November, right? This is a deep dive on bringing our light to any shadow sides of these signs' energies and working it out of our divine masculine and divine feminine fields. What that means is Jupiter, like shadow side in love for Gemini specifically, is like never making up your mind, always flitting across the surface, but never fully committing. Love triangles instead of one, dealing with two, duality, right? I can be one part of myself over here with this person and another part of myself over there with that person. It's that interior splitting, right? And so Jupiter retrograde through Gemini is really forcing us to face where we have been operating split self themes, split self connections, split self or superficial self ways of connecting. And so as Jupiter concludes in that June timeframe and then steps into Cancer, we're going to start to get a different frequency from Jupiter's 1 year stay in Cancer. It's really going to be about true, real, deep emotional connection. And so you can kind of see how the setup of the progression of the signs and Jupiter moving through them, this sign just before it, last year, 2023, we had Jupiter in Taurus. This was really about dealing with our self-worth issues, dealing with any split self-theme issues. We come out of that, and where do we land? Right inside of having real connection with someone, which is what everyone wants. Real connection, something that can stand the test of time, something that makes us like really bond with another being, right? Cancer is also about families, right? Many people will start the process of blending families if you've got blended families, right? That sort of thing. But But this is the second half of 2025. And we are like right on the tip of that. And so this dealing with any split self themes where we're not being true to ourselves, being true to what we want, where we've got double lives going on, shadow side of Gemini stuff, where my heart's over here, but my head's over there. My body's over here, but my spirit is over here with another person. These sort of split self themes are really getting cleaned up. And the reason why it's become such an amplified energy is because just like that in the divine masculine energy fields, that's Jupiter, what he's bringing to the table in terms of cleanup collectively. Juno landing here inside of Scorpio, which she did, it was a couple months ago. Juno landing here inside of Scorpio, very much the same sort of thing, where normally we would call the sign of Gemini and the sign of Scorpio in conjunct astrologically. Gemini and Scorpio, they don't have overlapping frequencies. The in conjunct conversation is a conversation we as astrologers call no conversation. But one thing they have in common when it comes to love and dating, both can hide or obscure in shadow true self. Scorpio will hide it. Scorpio deals with secrets. It can deal with deception or like obscuring information, hidden information, straight up lies, right? And so where there are some level of like either hiding from myself or hiding my true self from people, like never telling the person who's your counterpart, I'm actually in love with you, going for years in silence, never, you know, being honest about the fact that you're in love with somebody else, with the person you're married to, and you have been living this split life for years, like cheating on your spouse, this sort of thing. These sort of themes, these shadow energies, this is the stuff that the divine counterparts, as we move through them, because we have divine energy in us, we are working the process of moving out of shadow, transmuting from shadow to light by confronting these themes in our own lives in active ways. Because what's crazy, just like he moves into a lighter energy, moves into this true bond, true connection energy in Cancer, once she's done in Scorpio, she moves out here into Sagittarius, which is a sign that deals with truth. It deals with faith, hope, optimism, like really believing that I can have this sort of love manifest in the third dimension, right? And so the work that we're doing, this shadow work, this deeper period of time while they're both retrograde, moving through these retrograde processes, is preparing us for these connections to begin to manifest in the third dimension in more real, more concrete, more truthful ways. So that's what I'm seeing in 2025. The analogy that I've been giving to some of my clients, thank you. I've got a tickle in my throat telling. You know, when you want to eat some cupcakes, but you got to make them yourself? I know some of you are like, I never make cupcakes. I always buy them if I want them. What are you even talking about, K-Moon? Well, somebody's got to make them, even if it's not you. Cupcakes don't just come from cupcake fairies, much as I wish they did, right? There is a place where cupcakes get made. And in that place where cupcakes get made, all the ingredients have to be pulled out. They have to be mixed together. Then they have to be put in cupcake tins. And then they have to be put in a hot oven. For the oven to get hot, we have to preheat it. 2025, 2026 read like preheat years. So let me show you where we end up in 2027. This is the end of 2027. Go back. The beginning. Okay. Juno is on the move, and we have a lot of mini union windows that take place as she speaks to Jupiter and Leo. She'll move here through Aries for a period of time. She'll move through Gemini for a period of time, right, in 2027. And that's all before we get to the big union window of Jupiter Juno conjunct in Libra in the end of 2028. So, like I said, the last union window was the two of them in Aries. Aries is the sign of the self, the individual. But Libra is the sign of partnership and collaboration. So this period between last and next, there's a lot of getting your own shit together that's unfolding on both sides of the connection. For some of you, this is, just dealing with interior blocks to love. But some of you have some real material blocks to love. And next year, or sorry, 2025 deals with a lot of those. Specifically, it's dealing with the people who need to deal with a divorce or separation or different, like moving out. So if there's space for this love in the third dimension. For others, it's financial blocks to material union. Like they are too financially hamstrung by an ex. So there's no way they could even step into this if they wanted to. Or buy an asset or a property, a boat, a house, a plot of land with an ex, a business with an ex. So they're not free. And much of this process that we're moving through in 2025 is some of the beginning stages of like getting free. So that this, as we march toward this place where the union is not a union with self energy, but truly a union with another person at the end of 2027, moving into 2028, that next union window. The connections are like kind of, you may feel like a lot of interior and intuitive hits, like, okay, I gotta get this together. I can't keep dealing with this in my life. Some people need to deal with like debt. You're like walking around with like mountains of debt and no plan in place to deal with it. As far as I know, last time I checked, like when you get married, I'd have to double check it, but when you get married to your spouse, like you become liable for some of their debt, right? It's not just like, and if they're walking around with undealt with financial constraints, like that's a real blocker to liberation and this connection really showing itself in the third dimension. So all of that to say, um, these sort of more challenging, heavier, like more focused increments of time, like this Juno retrograde and Jupiter coming out of Gemini going into Cancer, it's really setting the stage to bit by bit take down barriers to union in the third dimension, brick by brick. So yeah, I love to see it. I really do. I love to see it. Lots of opportunities here for union energy to show itself in the third dimension. 2025 is one of those years where, if you've really kind of already done a lot of this, you may really start to see connection show itself through the divine feminine energy fields in 2025. Saturn is going to speak to her several key times, and together their overlapping energy speaks to deep spiritual commitment. Some people are really going to start to find themselves moving into the bond in the third dimension, especially as Jupiter also Second half of the year jumps into a water sign. So now we've got grand water trine between Juno, divine feminine, Jupiter in Cancer, divine masculine, and Saturn, the ring maker, the ring bearer, like putting a ring on it. That's something that can really show itself for those who are ready in the second half of 2025. But like I said, these connections, what I've been seeing, they're like working the planets and people's individual connections through their intuition, working overtime to help people get into union. You know, some people just don't want that, or they're just like, yeah, I'm too scared. I'd rather live with regret than take the risk. And that's okay. That's a choice too. Some like the fear of the unknown for some people on a scale of 1 to 10, the fear of the unknown is sometimes a 9, but fear of regret might be more like a 5. Some people are more comfortable with that life than this life. Doesn't mean the planets won't try. So that's what I'm seeing going on in 2025 for twin flames. And like I said, I've got some channeled messages to kind of solidify this, and which I'll publish when I come back from the break that I'm taking. Okay. Great question, Talene. Thanks for letting me answer that. For anyone who just joined, Talene had asked, like, well, what's the deal with twin flames in 2025? What should we expect for the divine counterpart, soulmate, twin flame collective, those that are love activated? That was the question I was just answering. Over here on the live mini reading channel, I do like to answer questions about the collective, but the list is open. You would like to get on the list to grab a one question, one chart mini reading, just send 4444 USD to this PayPal email address. I will do about 4 or 5 minutes on the astrology chart, and then I'll do another 4 or 5 minutes on the tarot chart, with tarot and oracle for you to give you a full, well-rounded communication today. And if you've got questions, now's the time to dig in. Would love to read for you. I think the next question that was here in the chat, Kylie asked, like, should we expect any craziness at the inauguration? Or what should we expect? What's the vibes for inauguration day? Let's just double check the actual date. Let's see. January 20th, 2025. Okay, let's pull up a chart for it. And start around 9 a.m. with arrivals of dignitaries and whatnot, and interior ceremonies before the public ceremony. So here we go. Wow. Wasn't expecting to see Pluto conjunct the sun. Mars will be retrograde. What it'll be telling is if I pull this up in connection with the United States chart, which we'll do in a moment, Kylie. So thank you for asking. You're welcome, Celine. Hope that's helpful for you. Okay, we see a conjunction between Saturn and Venus. We also see that Saturn, Venus in communication with Uranus and Mars retrograde. And Juno, which will be retrograde. I mean, all in all, like, I'm not seeing anything wow. Well, actually, now let's see. Inauguration Day 2021. Okay. January 20th, 2021. And I think, when is the transfer of power day? Uh, January 20th. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, that is it. Let me get back to the chart. Uh, I think because there's a lot of, I mean, we know that Mars opposite Pluto is contentious energy. And we've definitely seen that in our own lives. It's also productive energy. You may be feeling a surge of productivity that's already ongoing here with these planetary placements. But it does look like this is going to be a continuation of energy that's already in existence. The day itself does not look to be of any particular significance in terms of intensity or difficulty. So, in that regard, I would expect a very peaceful transfer of power, but that doesn't mean that the underlying contention isn't there. I mean, it's definitely here astrologically with Uranus speaking to Mars, Mars opposite Pluto, um, Juno in that conversation. Um, there's difficulty in the sky, but we are already in the midst of the exact same difficulty. It's interesting that Pluto will be combust the sun that day. I would expect again some sense of like I said, peaceful transfer of power with Pluto conjunct the sun or combust the sun. In a natal chart, this amplifies a person's power, but in a transiting chart, Pluto Sun can really obscure some of Pluto's expression when a planet is conjunct the sun by transit. And this is why they call it combust. It can't render its energy. Pluto is in the sign that deals with like collectives and groups. So I would not, with this energy, expect any sort of collective or group uprising. The contention is there, but I'm not seeing with this some sort of outward expression. No, no. We'll get through it together and we'll see um what happens. But yeah, it does look like, based on what I'm seeing, we should expect a peaceful transfer of power and a very smooth experience, even if it's, we might see a couple of like, in the tabloids like People Magazine or Tatler in the UK, where there might have been some sort of like snub between dignitaries of certain parties or something like that. Like, so and so snubbed so and so by not shaking their hand. So, this sort of foolishness, gossipy sort of stuff. Um, but outside of that, it looks business as usual. Like I'm going to be honest, the stress we all feel right now, it looks like we all still stressed come January 20th. That part does not look like it has changed. It looks like we are still under extraordinary stress with the transformation unfolding in our lives. And certainly this is in the atmosphere for the United States as well. But now let's check January 20th against the chart of the United States. Let me stop share and like find a USA chart to pull up. And if you'd like to get on the list, you can. We are just answering a couple of collective questions. Hey, Flower, welcome. It's great to see you and have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Now, looking at this from um, the chart of the United States itself is actually going to be more informative for us. Let me share screen so y'all can watch and follow along. If you want to get on the list and make your payment, you can. I'm just answering some questions for folks. Okay. For the collective, but you would be next if you want to get on the list. List is open. Uh, 4. People like to use the 5:10 p.m. time. And the inauguration date is 1/20/25. And again, we're going to go with a nice, lovely 9 a.m. It's probably when whatever stuff it'll start being broadcast to us. We'll see it live. Okay, here we go. So that Pluto Sun conjunction is there. Tail end of Cap. Again, early degrees there of Aquarius. Very interesting. I'll put that in the same way. January 20th, that's 2024. Let's see, 2025. Display transits, new date. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Okay, 0 and 1 degree. Stacked second house, self-worth, self-esteem for the country. We also see Mercury in the second house. We also know that this is earned income. So things like GNP, GDP, kind of the income of the country is represented here. Could be some financial strengthening in certain ways for the country that shows up through this presidency. I also see here Jupiter retrograde conjunct Uranus in this chart. We know Uranus is our governor of the second and the third. Certainly we could see some allies, some foreign allies, partners, and dignitaries show up with partnership, Jupiter expanding partnership. We see short distance travel here. Could be the Canadian president and the new Mexican president show up for this, as they are continental partners, but there could also be partners who come in through contracts. So like things like NATO travel to come to this. Chiron, country's in the middle of its own a Chiron return, which is kind of an acceptance of one's own foibles and recognition of where you've grown and where you still need to grow. Country is still coming out of a 7.5-year Sadi Sati period, which has included the 2020 lockdown year. That Sadi Sati period will be over once Saturn gets past the 27th, 28th degree of Pisces. That should help financial matters significantly for the country, and that'll be next year. Yeah, that should help our country's economy significantly. Let's just see when that is. Much earlier than July. It's like the economy starts to really look like it's on an upswing right around the beginning of April, May. That coincides with the Venus retrograde. And there we see Venus in retrograde zone. But yeah, right around this time, finances should start to recover for the US economy in a post pandemic world. So I like to see that we do see some sort of financial recovery. And this is also really shown with Jupiter trine Saturn there. Saturn is the governor of the country's house of earned income. But it does seem to recover through alliances and partnerships. That's where Jupiter sits. Jupiter brings expansion, growth, and opportunity. New contracts of some degree, could be with folks who have been considered our allies or close to home allies. We do see some recovery there. So, yeah, by about the middle of the second quarter, it looks like the country's finances start to look really good, or at least start to trend upwards. By the third quarter, things start to look even better. So that's what I got on Inauguration Day and the economy for the United States as a general question. Great general question. Thank you so much for asking. Let me come back into the YouTube live chat. Hopefully that's good news for a few people. And you guys can let me know what you think. I'm curious what your intuition says. Hey, Flower and Forgiveness, great to have you. Welcome in. What's your intuition saying about the inauguration or the US economy? Nice by know me in 2025. Would love to hear your thoughts on it, guys. Many of you are quite gifted, so let me know. And if you'd like to get on the list, you can. All you need to do is click this pinned link at the top. The list is open right now. We had a little pause in the action, so I took some general questions about the collective. We've got some, I'm going to do one question, one chart mini readings and tarot. 44 USD, 44.44 USD to the PayPal link above gets you in and on the list. I do about 44 to 5 minutes on Astro and follow it up with another 4 to 5 minutes on tarot for you. So you get a nice, well-rounded answer. If you would like to jump on that list, you can. Would love to read for you. Decided to do some mini readings today only because the December calendar was completely booked by the middle of November. The January calendar is almost fully booked, and it has been as we came into the start of December. So I figured maybe some people might like a little additional support before we start the new year. So I wanted to jump in and do some live mini readings today for you guys. Again, that list is open. Would be more than happy to read for you if you'd like to jump on it. But yeah, let me know. What is your intuition saying about US economy, about the inauguration, about the first year of the second Trump presidency? What are you guys seeing? Nobody has intuitive hits? None? No predictions? Flower says, I was worried initially about the transition of power, but I feel we will see growth as a whole. Very interesting. Kylie says the election day was really heavy. Hopefully it's not as bad. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just election day, it was like all of the month of October. And then large swaths of time in September and August. Like it was just atmospherically quite heavy leading up to it. So, um, But yeah, I don't think it will continue to be heavy. Like I said, I feel like as like the transition of power to me looks good. And so too, flower does look like economic growth for the country. It looks like the whatever the panic paralysis was that people had going on in their fields leading up to the election. And there was a lot of that. I spoke about it with um several different coaches and, speakers and like people who, do other types of business as well. Um, the best way I could describe it is it just seemed to be like a lot of distraction energy in the air, like a lot of distraction energy collectively. And so we do see that start to calm down um, as people start to ease into the trans after the transition of power. And people like I said, I feel like the economy starts to really move as we get into the beginning of the second quarter and things start to look really good. Now, whether you are a fan of the second Trump presidency or not, economically speaking, just based on the astrological factors, it does seem like the timing of him coming into office and some key economic indicators are aligned for a lot of initial success. So that's really great to be able to see. And I think that's going to reassure a lot of people who may not have been a fan of Donald Trump. I think it's going to reassure a lot of people that, okay, I'm going to be okay. The country's going to be okay. We're going to make it through this. So, um, Flower said definitely heavy initially. Relationships have changed due to difference in political views. Well, I mean, that's some of the nature of Donald Trump, right? Like he's got, I think there's a lot of Uranian energy. Let's just take a look at his chart. Um, and these kinds of people who have like Uranus conjunct their sun, if I remember correctly, or a prominent Uranus, like Uranus conjunct the midheaven or conjunct the rising. People with these kinds of placements really come on the scene and shake things up. Like you kind of love them or hate them. They bring an energy of lightning to the table. And that's certainly what he does for people, really shakes people up with a lot of the things he says and does. And, even some of his cabinet picks have been, Uranian, like shocking, non-traditional for people who are, you know, used to things going a certain way. So, like I said, I feel like we see that in his, just try this one. Okay, astro chart. Here we go. Here is a picture of his chart. And yeah, there's Uranus right there. Let's just see the degrees. Come down here. Uranus is the 17th degree of Gemini, conjunct his sun. It is the 22nd degree of Gemini. So they operate in tandem. And so in a natal chart, when we see planets conjunct the sun, it almost amplifies that planetary energy and the way people experience that person. And people do experience him in a very Uranian way. Very different, very unique, shocking, non-traditional, right? But when the planet is conjunct the sun, in a transit chart, we call it combust. Its energy can be a bit obscured, not easily accessible. So it's an opportunity to reset that for those of us who are living, but for those of us who are getting born during that time, it's an opportunity where we really embody that energy in our lifetime. Okay. Some people are just slow flower. Flower said, I'm not a fan. Yeah. And so, yeah, and that's one of the things, like Uranian energy, if you think of lightning hitting a tree, um, can really facilitate a level, like you can see it splits trees or it cuts off branches. And so I'm not surprised that there has been, hey, Richard Cardinal, welcome. Great to have you here. We can see that that energy can really cause divisiveness. But it's my hope that throughout this process, um, you know, because he likes to be, and he can't help but be, Uranus conjunct the sun, non-traditional, doing things that are unexpected, operating in his own way. As a result of that, I suspect he may do some things that make both sides happy at different times. Again, I have said it multiple times, like, if you're really concerned about the direction of the country, the thing to be invested in is your lawmakers and your judges. The president does not have as much power as we give him. We need to really deal with our local elections and local electorate. Who's your congressman, congresswoman, your House of Representatives, representative? Those people really decide the laws of the country. President can do only so much by executive order, right? So if you really want things to change, being invested in the lawmakers helps. So significantly. All of that to say, that's all I got on the politics, my lovelies. Let's take a look at charts. Richard, are you still here? Richard, would you like a reading? Okay, so the chart you're seeing on the screen, Richard, is the United States, and we are looking out at some economic indicators. One of the folks who's here asked, like, what's the Trump presidency going to be like? What should I expect? This sort of thing. And so I looked at the inauguration date, and sort of the trajectory of some of the economics of where the country's going in the first year of the Trump presidency, and spoke about that generally for us here. If you'd like to get on the list, it's roughly about a 10-ish minute reading. I do one chart mini reading where I do your chart, and for about 4 or 5 minutes, I'll add on a tarot component for about 4 or 5 minutes. And the way to jump on the list is to send 44.44 USD to that PayPal address, and then I'll read for you next if you would like to jump on the list. I had a little pause in some of the action, so I took some general questions from our community here who had some questions about things, but be honored to read for you. You would be next. So that's kind of how I see things going. Hopefully, like I said, I do anticipate a peaceful transfer of power. On that front, I think we're good to go. Because I think Americans are just tired, like we're exhausted by divisiveness, like we're ready to get on with life. I think the election was really fatiguing for a lot of people. Yeah, no problem, Richard. No problem at all. Happy holidays, Richard, and to everyone listening, and to those who've stuck around. Happy holidays, wherever you are, whatever you celebrate, whomever you're with, from me and mine to you and yours. Happy New Year as well. Really great to have you all here. Okay, so we might stop here for today. These were really good questions. Talene asked a great question about where things are headed for twin flames, and I talked about that astrologically for 2025, what to expect. And then we also saw the inauguration chart. Thank you, Kylie, for that great question. Um, and kind of where things might head in the next 6 months to a year. My intuition is the US economy will rise up. I think you're right, just based on what I just looked at astrologically. I think you're absolutely right. I think in 2025, we're going to see the economic recovery to a place where certain things might have been before the lockdown year. So, especially because we've been in that 7.5 year window called Saudi Sati for the country. 7.5 years ago, what was that? 2017. So some things will really recover in a way that, they'll be different, but we'll be back to maybe certain types of stability on the other side of this. Timeline wise, when I looked at the US chart, Richard, what I did see was timeline wise, economic recovery seems to be about April, beginning in April, and an uptick from April onwards. Richard says, but we'll get a lot of tension in the next few weeks before going better, but economy will be better and better. Yeah, definitely lines up with what I was seeing astrologically. Kylie, what are you doing for Christmas? And for all of you here, what are your holiday plans? And for those of you who really like a good conversation about politics and history and all of that, I definitely would be curious what's your intuitive hit about the inauguration and the first year of the Trump presidency. What are you seeing intuitively? You can definitely throw that in the chat. Would be honored to hear your take. Um, I'm definitely hanging out with my parents. Kylie, gonna take a little time off, visit the fam, see my brother, and then get right back in the grind. Flower says she's hanging at mom's as long as she stays out of the hospital. Really praying for your mother's recovery. I'm so sorry to hear that she has been unwell. Hopefully, she's in a better place as we close out the year so that she can start next year grounded, safe at home with people she loves. If you're just joining, welcome. The way to jump on the list is to send that 4444 USD to that PayPal address in the pinned comment. And I'll be doing a roughly 8 to 10 minutes live mini read for you that includes your chart and also includes your some tarot and oracle for you. Kylie says nothing. We didn't even make cookies or candies this year. Oh, he does. My brother lives out of town. But he travels a lot. I move about the place of it. We're converging where my parents live. See you in 2025, Kylie. Richard Carnell says Hermit and High Priestess time for the solstice. Ooh, Richard, what are your solstice plans? Do you have any fun solstice plans that you're getting up to? Um, would really love to know if you have any fun solstice plans. Does anybody have any fun solstice plans? Mine include what? My lonely time will be awesome. Ha ha ha. I love it. Yes. And magical. It sounds like it will also be magical. Um, and very spiritual. So cool. All right, my lovelies. Well, we may wrap up here. Unless anybody has any other collective questions they want me to look at, I'm happy to do that before I go and start the next segment of my day on this to-do list. Infinite blessings to you as well, Richard. Infinite blessings to you as well. Oops, didn't do that yet. Crossed off the wrong thing. Kylie says, I'm going to grab my candles and rebuke what you said about any 3/3. What did I say about 3 and thirds? Oh, third parties. Yeah. Well, it looks like it gets worked out. I mean, the astrology is really like for all of us collectively trying to clean that up. So, like, it's going to force the astrology next year is going to force our hand on triangles. Now, you decide you want to stay in one, that's on you. What about Christmas Eve in the Vatican? Ooh, that's a good question. Should we astro project? Should we astro travel there, Richard? I would love to see that. It sounds so nice. Sounds kind of like a little magical, like all that like ancient Christian reliquary. Like I want to see it. Because they the most decorated and drenched in gold Christians I know. Um, Bet you it'll be sparkly Christmas Eve at the Vatican. For sure. Candlelit and sparkly. Be safe out there. You too, Richard. Be safe out there. For sure. If you're in the northern hemisphere, stay warm. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, stay cool. Nice to meet you, Richard. Thanks for coming to play for a little bit. Very nice to connect with you. Okay. I'm going to set intentions for the coming year. Oh, nice. That's a nice way to do solstice. I love that. Oh, nice. Oh, Flower says Daddy's house is together so I can move. Congrats. Hey, congrats, Flower. I love that. All right, we've got a new reader on deck. Vanessa. Her name is Vanessa. It's your turn. Please paste your birth details and your cue. Um, Congrats. I'm so happy that that move is now ready to go. Good for you, Flower. And Vanessa, welcome. Lovely to have you. I think this might be my first time reading for you. I need a with friend to show me the way. Oh, I think you have a nice higher self that might be showing you some ways. It's awesome. Okay, so going to minimize that chart, minimize this chart, pick up a new chart. Vanessa wants to know, let's see, and go ahead and paste your question, Vanessa. Australia, May 1st. She's in Perth. 5/1/1972. Okay. Have a happy Christmas, Kylie. Thank you so much for being here. I'm planning on moving in April. That's a perfect time. I love that. Uh, okay. Vanessa, I need your birth time and your cue so that I can perform your reading. Thank you so much for being here, Vanessa. Really excited to read for you. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, Kylie. Thanks for being here. And Flower, congrats again. That's a perfect time, especially because of the retrogrades. You'll be going back to a place you've already lived. I love that for you. It's perfectly timed. So we're just waiting on Vanessa to share her birth time and her question, and then I'll read for her. And then if you'd like to get on the list, you absolutely can. I can read for you next. Yeah, you're welcome, Flower. Um, I don't know if you know your chart by heart, but I would be curious, Flower, what your fourth house is. Richard, that's so wild that you got 3 readings telling you about following a Vanessa. Yes. So I have your birth day and year, but I need the time you were born. And if you don't know it, all good. I'll use a sunrise chart. Just let me know. Four 45. Okay, got it. 4:45 p.m. Okay. Career or love, Sag Cap. Got it. Yeah. Let me see if the fourth house is Sag or Cap. That's crazy because Flower, look here at Vanessa's chart. Vanessa's chart is also a Sag Cap fourth house. Well, mostly a Cap Aqua fourth house. Okay. Interesting. So she wants to know about career and love. Let me go ahead and set a timer. Taking a look at the career sectors governed by the moon here. I think love is going to be the more interesting topic for you, Vanessa. So we're going to go do a deep dive on love. And the reason why I've started the timer, I think it's going to be more interesting is because a large chunk of your seventh house of committed partnership is governed by Taurus. And the gateway, the entry to that seventh house of commitment and partnership is governed by Aries. We are presently experiencing a Mars retrograde. And so when the governors of the seventh house go retrograde, it can bring people back from the past. So Mars is governor of Aries, is retrograde out here. Ooh la la. And it's going to cross over your south node. Wow. Okay. And so this tells me that there is definitely, you're going to have to let us know if this has already played out. but there's definitely somebody from your collaborative past. Now, it could be business partnership because this is the house of career where the Mars retrograde is unfolding, but it could also be romantic partnership, but specifically somebody you used to work with. Now, there's looks like somebody you used to work with coming back into your life for some sort of second chance at partnerships, somebody from the past showing up. Like I said, it could be an old business partnership resurrecting itself, but it's more likely a romantic partnership specifically because, and this could happen anytime now, because this is today's chart, transiting chart, all the way through. And let's get through, let me find the end of that Juno retrograde. Juno retrograde ends July 10th, 7, 10, 2025. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's somebody who's about to like try to resurrect themselves, Vanessa. When it comes to your love life. Let me see the Venus retrograde dates and degrees. It's going to span the 10th degree of Aries to the 24th degree of Pisces, starting on March 2nd. Oh, yeah. 10th degree of Aries, and that's where your verdicts point sit. Somebody is really manifesting you, Vanessa. And chances are you can feel it that this person has you on their mind, has you in their energy. You've probably not been able to let them go either. 2025 looks like it's a second chance the first 6 months, even starting now between you and the other person. It looks like there's some sort of second chance between the two of you that is going to open up now all the way to um Juno retrograde ends July 10th. So between now and July 10th, you'll have to let us know. And that's going to be a huge part of next year. And you'll get the opportunity to decide, like, okay, this is what I want. This is what I don't want. I'm ready to move forward with this person. I'm not. It does look like, again, there could be some work related aspect to it because by the time we get to this time period in March, the Mars retrograde is done, and Mars is going forward in your 10th house of career. And again, Mars is governor of your love sector, partnership sector. Mars is also ancient governor of your second house of earned income. So it looks like there could be some way you could be partnering up with somebody business wise, but it also looks like love is definitely a part of this. Okay. So there's that. Flower, if you could let Vanessa know she may be behind and she just needs to keep listening. I've already answered her question. I'm going to move on to the tarot portion for her. Michelle is now on the list, so I'm going to read for Michelle as soon as I'm done here with let's see. As soon as I'm done here with Vanessa. So really nice. Let me get some tarot for Vanessa. How's this person going to resurrect themselves? I mean, I see they're likely to come through career pathways or service pathways. Dark skin tarot, I got you, babe. Um, I got you. But let me go ahead and shuffle for uh Vanessa. So what's a good question here? Vanessa's love life in 2025, this person who's going to resurrect themselves. What does she need to know to have the best possible outcome with this person? Best possible outcome. I see that card a lot with divine counterparts. She needs the best possible outcome with this person. What does she need to know? Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm using, wow. Okay, Vanessa, this is a very interesting message. So I'm using the Santa Muerte deck for you. It's a beautiful deck by Fabio Fabio Lestrani. Definitely check that out. The first card out was the Seven of Pentacles. The second, and that's upright, and I see that card a lot in every deck when I'm talking about some sort of divine counterpartship or when others are as well. It's a card of taking stock of where you are and where you've been and what needs to happen next. It's a card of paying attention, but also taking account. And I talked a lot about this at the Capricorn New Moon for Twin Flames that I just published on my main YouTube channel, K Moon. But really giving yourself some acknowledgement for what you've done so far. The second card out is the Empress, but she's reversed. In this deck, the Empress is taking a position that is reclined. She's seated and she's behind a lot of stuff. She's using a fan to cover her face. She's got her staff covering her body. And then there's like stuff on the ground, some sunflowers, a wooden mug, in between her and the viewer. But and this is compared to next to her, the third card out was the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is standing in this deck and she is holding her heart out in front of her with both hands, offering it. This is letting me know that don't do Empress stuff, sit back and wait. Instead, do Queen of Cups stuff, take initiative and offer your heart. And this is in particular the message specifically because bottom of the deck, we have the Magician upright and the Ace of Cups just behind that and Justice. Oh my gosh, this is telling me that whoever this past person is that you're going to get this second chance with, you manifest it, you offer your heart, and it does seem to go better than it previously could have. But if you're waiting for the person to do something, it may not happen. This is inviting you to really utilize your divine masculine energy to really step into the place of knowing that you can be the lead in the connection. And even in being the lead to open things up, it looks like it goes really well. Ace of Cups and Justice. I mean, it doesn't really get better than that in terms of balance, new beginning with somebody from the past. So I love to see it, Vanessa. Beautiful energy. I can't wait to hear about this next year. It looks like as it happens as early, like if it hasn't already happened, if this person is not already in your world, um, it looks like they're coming. So really fun stuff here. Enjoy this reconnection. Oh my gosh, and behind that, Eight of Wands, Knight of Cups. Like, girl, your reading just keeps going and going in this direction of like, there's a new beginning here and both people want it. Just step up, open the door, let them know you're available for it. Oh, already there. My ex is turning up a little. Expect them to turn up a lot in 2025. It's really awesome, Vanessa. And definitely feel free to take the risks. It definitely seems like risks are favored at this time for you. So I would say go for it and just be open, utilizing your divine masculine energy to take initiative, but also be clear about what you want, manifest it. Okay. And if you missed the astro portions, Vanessa, what I recommend is you just scroll back because it looked like while I was reading the astrology portions, you were pretty far behind. So just scroll back and listen to that. Okay. Um, it is awesome for her. Okay, so thank you, Vanessa, for letting me read for you. Like I said, it did look like that person would be there now, but that second chance gets real hot and heavy next year. We're gonna do Dark Skin Tarot next. Thank you so much, Flower. We're gonna do Dark Skin Tarot next, and then it would be your turn. You would like to jump on the list. As you see, I do about 5 minutes of astrology. Finish off with 4 or 5 minutes of tarot to really round out the message. And it is, yeah, opportunity to jump on the list. List is open. You just want to send your payment of 44.44 to the PayPal link in the pinned comment above. And then it would be your turn, lovelies. Okay. Okay, so here we go, Toronto in Canada. We may have a life project together. Wow. Look at how the astrology just shows it all. I love that. Okay, let me make sure I got it right. Toronto, 11/14, 1972, 1:14 p.m. That's a lot of ones and 14s. I love that for you. Very cool. Vanessa says, I'm so excited to hear this. It's awesome. Really glad. Thanks for letting me read for you, Vanessa. It was a treat to be able to read for you, hun. Okay. Michelle, let's get into it. Set the timer 4 minutes. What is our lovely question from our lovely Michelle? What's coming towards me in 2025? Work, finances, or romance? Speak to what is most important. Thank you so much, Kay. Okay. Just get into the current transits and see. Okay, so the expansion, growth, and opportunity is going to be in your career sector and finances sector, with Jupiter continuing a transit through your 10th house. I'm sure you probably saw it as of May, June, July of this year. Your career started to take off, lots more visibility. Absolutely. I see income really could have taken off as well. And so there's a really lovely continuation of that as we move into the first half of next year, where there's just a solidification of your role in your work. Now, I don't know if you do other work other than your tarot channel and reading work, but I do see here that that continues to sort of lift in the first 6 months of the year. It definitely seems like there should be some good financial, like, yumminess opportunities showing themselves to you right now, Dark Skin Tarot. You haven't already seen it, you should. Email me. We should collaborate. If you want, only if you want. Um, you're a realtor, but you're on a break. Okay, got you. Yeah, like I'm actually looking for some collab opportunities. I want to, there's a thing that I'm actually getting ready to do with some tarot readers who have channels where I'm going to bring some, just important dates for love to look at in 2025 to their channels, to their audiences. But you can get in on that. Why not? I'll come if you want me to, and then I'll promote your channel on my channel. I haven't seen your channel, but I'm happy to collab if you want to collab. No presumptions, just putting it on the table. But it does seem like if you can continue in this vein of collaboration in your workspace in the first 6 months of next year, There's actually a lot of really great opportunities available for you through working with peers and working in partnership, working in tandem, because of the way the planets are set up in the first 6 months of the year. Now, expansion growth of opportunity in the second half of the year, Jupiter will then move into Cancer. And that's going to bring a different vibe to the year with Jupiter in Cancer. With Jupiter in Cancer, there is going to be some illumination here of your seventh house of committed partnership and your third house as well. Siblings, cousins, neighbors, communication, and some illumination to the placements you have in these houses. This looks mostly like series in the first part of the year. There is going to, this to me says that there is some opportunities in the love sector that could show themselves. I see the love sector may have been slightly dry with Saturn transiting through it. Saturn wraps up the transit in Pisces, jumps into Aries. It'll be doing some retrograde action at the tail end of the year. Don't get too excited. But what Saturn's been trying to do is to shore up your foundations in love and weed your love garden of behaviors, thought processes, people, spiritual connections that no longer serve you or serve your love life and where it's going. Dark Skin Tarot says it's been dry. Okay, so that it continues ish, but Jupiter in Cancer and then Saturn moving fully into Aries does seem to put the reversal on that. So let's go ahead. I want to move out into the future a little bit more and see how long does that take for the reversal to come into place so that you can get into the good juju around the love stuff and let Jupiter do his job. We're out in April of 2026. And so there does seem to be some reprieve, like some love stuff coming in the second half of 2025, but things really start to look real good for you in 2026. Okay. So all of that to say, next year looks to be a good year. Lots of expansion, growth, and opportunity in work. Love is not a distraction, I guess you could say. But it does start to come online in the second half of the year. Let's pull some tarot for you, lovely. I'm going to take the Light Seer Tarot for you. Thank you. I do hold access to great message. You're welcome, Vanessa. I don't know if you'll still be here when you finally get to this point, because I have fully moved into Dark Skin Tarot's reading, but very welcome. Okay. Dark Skin Tarot, our lovely Michelle. She wants to know about pertinent energies in love and career in 2025. Can you show us 3 cards for Michelle's 2025? 3 cards for Michelle's 2025. I've been feeling that, not understanding the planets, but I feel good things coming. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to look back at the astrology to see what's going on with your money, because these cards are not. Oh, maybe it's not money. I see. Messages are coming in. Give me one final card for Michelle. Oh, ciao. Whatever I see. Okay. Let me see these transits. Display transit now. Okay, this is why. Okay. You have some financial cleanup to be doing next year. Oh, yeah, because the Venus retrograde will take place in the debt house and the assets house. And Venus governs your money house. Juno retrograde will take place here in the third house. Okay, now I understand these cards. Here's the cards. Here's how they came out. And I'm using the Light Seers Tarot if you want to reference this in your decks. Nine of Pentacles reversed, Magician reversed, the Devil upright, bottom of the deck, Strength upright. After that, Empress upright. Wow. Okay. Ooh, ciao. Okay. So what I'm seeing here in some pretty clear detail is there's some stuff you need to clean up around the way your money is working. Um, Specifically where it comes to trying to faith your way through your financial matters, it's allowing a level of toxic patterning to continue to unfold, unfortunately. And so, which could just be like the accumulation of debt and then being owned by your credit card companies, your mortgage company, right? Your student loan company. There is a level of needing to get way more practical, more hands-on, far more focused in terms of like focusing on like the necessities, like the meat of your situation in order to turn the financial ship around. Yikes. Because it does look like financially things can, will, and do get better. Like I said, the Empress shows up after Strength, but this is like a clear message to get into a place of some financial moderation and fast, like as quickly as you can, and release any patterning of like, I'm going to light a candle and my money's going to come in. You're going to get a part-time job and you're going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks, like this sort of thing. And that's going to help lay some financial foundation, at least stop the bleeding, it looks like. Now, financially, you may be fine. That sort of thing. But you let me know, like financially, are you fine? Because I could find another interpretation for these cards if I need to. But based on what I'm seeing astrologically as well, let me show you, let me clear that. I guess I need to return to real estate in January, but I needed a break. I was looking for a job. You are excellent. Thank you, beloved. Oh, I love it. I love being able to tell somebody some things that really help. Okay, here's the thing. Juno, she's part governor of second house of earned income. She's talking to Saturn. Saturn's trying to clean up natal Juno and transit Juno. So if there's any communication you need to have with your credit card companies or the companies that hold your debt for consolidation, this is really going to help you. Just start to clean some of that up. Okay, if you have a daughter going to university in 2025, thanks for doing that for me, Flower. She'll get it or she won't. Um, okay, so but it sounds like she's getting there. Okay, so the other interpretation that I would say is you not going to be single for very long, but there's somebody from your past who's not transcended a lot of their patterns just yet that still has a hold on you, who looks like they could make a return next year. They could pop themselves right up out of the ether and right back into your bedroom, and the two of you go pick up right where you left off to continue some of your growth. And it does look like it is, if they return and resurface in this way, it's going to be for your benefit, that they are in this place. There's deeper things you need to see for yourself about who you are and what you're capable of. Strength up, right? Empress underneath that. There's deeper things that are going to be revealed to you about you by them coming back into him coming back in his old ways. And so if he comes in and you can't help yourself, do not beat yourself up. Don't resist it. Let yourself have the experience and recognize I'm going to grow from what happens here no matter what. But it does look like there will be some level of, you know, transformation regardless. Again, magician reversed. You don't have to do nothing for him to come in. He's gonna waltz himself right back in. You ain't gotta do jack. He'll be there. He will show up, chatting you up. Boo, what you doing? How you been? Happy New Year. We should get together. Blah, blah, blah. You know how that story goes. We should hang out. Then y'all hang out. Oh, I missed this. You smell so good. You know how it goes, Dark Skin Tarot. You know how it goes. But yeah, message me if you want to collaborate. I would love to collaborate with you. Let me see what else you said. And if you want to get on the list, you absolutely could. The list is definitely open. Would love to read for you and get you prepared for 2025. I can look at the retrogrades, I can look at the eclipses, I can look at your exits. See who's coming in, see what love looks like, all of this. Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Very cool. So let me just see what all you said here. Can you moving close to where he lives? That's Vanessa. Hang on. I've been feeling that, not understanding why you said, but I feel good things coming. Absolutely. Thank you, Flower, for letting Vanessa know what to do. Really appreciate you. Great moderation. Dark Skin Tarot says, okay. DST says, I have a daughter going to university in 2025. I was planning on paying off my credit card this weekend. Girl, good for you. Yikes, he's been on my mind and I felt that he is coming back. I am laughing. And yes, I already decided how I would move. Girl. DST says, I will ride the wheel one more time. And the eggplant emoji. Come on now. Oh, Camille, so great to see you. Yes, I'm doing the Astro and the Tarot. I would love to read for you. Just drop your details in the chat for me. You know, I don't save charts. Drop your details in the chat. I would love to read for you. DST says, yes, we have a son. List is open. Payment link at the top. Thank you so much, Flower. Enlightened one says LOL. Because Enlightened one knows, she knows. Like she knows what's up. Like, hey, how you doing? Happy New Year turns into we should hang out, turns into you smell so good, turns into so what you want for breakfast. Um, we've all been there and seen it. No judgments here. Okay. Um, yeah, gonna read for Camille now. And if you would like to get on the list, you absolutely can. It would be my honor to read for you. We are doing Astro and Tarot. And so if you want to jump in, you can. And like one says, been there and now celibate. I get it, sis. I really do. Like you, you don't have to tell me. You can definitely do that. So awesome. Okay, so here we go. If you want to get on the list, you absolutely can. You would be after Camille. Camille's going to drop her question and details for me. But I'm doing one question, one chart mini readings. Just click that pinned comment at the top. I spend about 10 minutes-ish, 8 to 10 minutes per read. I do about 4-ish minutes on the tarot, or sorry, the astro, and then I'll do a 3-card pull or some oracle for you. We do about 4 or 5 minutes on that. Spot on for both interpretations. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Glad that there was some resonance there for you. Okay, so I'm going to close out of that and definitely email if you want to collab. Let's take a look at Camille. Okay, Sao Paulo, Brazil. And if you want to get on the list, I would be reading for you right after I read for Camille. Sao Paulo, 1/6/1976, 7:30 a.m. Okay. Love it. Let's see. Okay. Um, wait, I forgot to set my timer. Hang on, let me try again. Okay, I caught the beginning of the twin flame window and preheat oven time till 2028. Dreams with him are recurring. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You've also got that Sun 12th house. That's part of why. Because the sun governs your seventh house of commitment and partnership. When the ruler of the seventh is in the 12th, like it is here, we're going to see that. Dreams about your person will absolutely be there. Um, Occurring last night, he was at my door with my youngest daughter, with his youngest daughter. Okay, wow. So vivid and reminded me of how I told you I had an insight to create mini windows within the big windows. Yes. Okay, I don't have your question here, so I'm just going to pause your timer. What's the question? Um, we're going to take a pause there. Camille's going to hit us with the question. DST says 15, and he was the last. It's like being with someone else is gross. Ooh, yeah. I get that, DST. I really do. I really do. 6 years celibacy. What y'all doing out here with these long celibacy windows? Y'all must have a subscription to one of these websites. Let me find out. Oh my goodness. But I hear you. Like when you just done with bullshit, you just done with bullshit. Is that possible to know? Let me ask, or not ready to bake yet. Like mini union windows. Is it possible to know when they are? Is that what you're asking, Neil? Ooh, child, 18 years. Y'all, what is going on? Bauer says I'm excited for something new. Yeah, y'all, we gotta end droughts. We gotta be ending droughts in 2025. Divine Feminine is in Scorpio. I'm gonna have to add this to my interpretations of that period of time. Too many of y'all are out here in a drought. No, to create one now. Oh, you might actually even be in a personal one now, Camille. Okay, let me read the timer. We're gonna talk about this when I'm done reading for Camille. Y'all who are in these droughts, don't go nowhere. I'm gonna read for Camille, and we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk. This is not. No, y'all too young for this. What? All y'all I got out here with some working parts. No. Okay, don't go nowhere, y'all. We're going to talk about this. Back to Camille. So she wants to know she can create a union window now. Let's pull up the transits now. December 21st. Let me hit play on that timer again. Okay, so her natal Juno and Jupiter. We've got Jupiter at the 15th degree of Aries, Juno at the 19th degree of our friend Virgo. Now, let's see. Juno won't be, oh, this is getting you ready. Okay, so as soon as Juno's done in Scorpio in roughly 11 months, November 2025, Juno goes into Sagittarius and she creates a new cycle with your natal Jupiter, divine masculine energy. Jupiter here is already talking to your natal Juno by square, but as soon as he's done and goes into Cancer in June, I think it's the end of June of next year or beginning of June of next year, he'll be in harmony with natal divine feminine. And so what I'm thinking here is that a lot of the dreams are helping you. They're helping you prepare yourself for this personal union window energy that's about to show up. And so this is really, really a constructive thing for you because it's helping you start to get to a place Oh, and we also have Uranus activating your natal divine feminine. And recall in the mythology, Uranus was the original divine counterpart. Gaia created him because she was ready for a lover, right? She wanted to learn. She was giving birth to all these babies, and she was like, now I need to create a partner. And she did. She created Uranus, the heavens, to wrap around her. And so Uranus has been activating your natal divine feminine energy from the eighth house, which deals with alchemy, transformation, and the occult. Your natal divine feminine energy speaks to your sun. Sun is governor of the seventh house of commitment and partnership. So dreams about him, because the sun sits in the house of dreams, make all the sense in the world right now. So I love to see this for you. We also know that the Juno retrograde will be right on top of your natal north node. When there is a planet retrograde conjunct the north or the south node, specifically retrograde conjunct, those nodes open up and act like gateways, allowing a person with that energy into your life. Juno, like in your dynamic, from the bits you've told me, it does strike me that you anchor a bit more of the divine masculine energy. He anchors a lot more of the divine feminine energy. And you guys may flip flop and switch and remix it from time to time. But it does look like there's some level of entryway for the union energy to come into your life next year through this retrograde of Juno that we're going to see. Let me give you the specific dates. That's my timer. Specific dates for Juno retrograde for us. Once again, March 19th through July 10th. The shadow window opened on December 21st. That's today. Shadow of Juno retrograde just started today, and the shadow window ends October 5th. Juno is fully out of Scorpio in November of next year. So lots and lots and lots of growth, lots of opportunities to cultivate through all the stuff you know how to do in the world of manifestation to cultivate the connection. So I would get after it. Absolutely. Camille says, laughing faces. Camille says, create a new one now. We talked about that. Camille says, gotcha. No wonder I had that insight when I made the decision to go with Monica. Okay, cool. Amazing. Okay, yeah, she definitely has, Monica has both a lot of divine masculine and feminine energy in a really beautiful way. She holds a lot of both. So let's go ahead and look at the tarot for you. I'm gonna look at the Santa Muerte tarot. And clarify with the Rider Waite if we need to. So shuffling for Camille. And if you want to get on the list, you absolutely can. You would be right after I finish with Camille's reading. I'm going to read now for Camille on the tarot portion. What does Camille need to do specifically? Not necessarily be, but what does she need to do to open up union window energy? I mean, I would say it's already open in a lot of ways. That's what these dreams are about. They're preparing you and telling you this, it's already here. What's Camille need to do to call forth union with her counterpart? What is her part in the third dimension? What's Camille's part in the third dimension to call forth union with her counterpart? Ooh, this is rich. We all just come out at the same time, ready to tell your story. Power reversed in the Santa Muerte deck. Hanged Man upright. Six of Pentacles reversed. Okay. I Five of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. I do need clarifiers. Where is my Rider Waite? Wowza, wowza, wowza. Um, Power reversed. Is that Camille saying about the heavy mirror numbers? No, that's enlightened one. Okay, so let me just get some clarifiers. Get a better shuffle going on here. Reverse, flip, split. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, power reversed. Wheel of Fortune. That's what I thought. Page of Pentacles for the Hanged Man. Oh, okay. Ace of Swords. Reverse. I still don't understand that. Okay. Oh, I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. Okay. So Tower reversed in this particular deck renders like an MC Escher painting, specifically the one with the stairs going all the different ways. Wheel of Fortune upright, clarifying it. Camille, this is telling me that in your case, um, you know how the Tower upright normally signals a shakeup of some format? And also like getting ready to do some deeper work. And Wheel of Fortune upright, the message I got for this for you was about releasing the need or coupling shadow work, deep work, spiritual work, uncoupling that from the connection. And I'm also seeing this with the Hanged Man in this deck in particular, because in this deck, the Hanged Man is headless. He has his head separated from his body. And so, is that a clock down there in this deck? Is that? Looks like a clock. And a clock also shows up in the Six of Pentacles in this deck. This combination with the Page of Pentacles, this is really talking about getting into a place where you're enjoying life again, Camille, as even more. I know you already like enjoy life now, and you do a lot of things about enjoyment in life to just enrich your life, but really coming out of that place of like, the connection needs work and I have to do work to have it, coming out of connecting the connection to work. Coming, yes, a little bit of be here now, Camille, but also a lot of uh find the fun, do what's pleasurable, play a bit more. Page of Pentacles and clarification also speaks a little bit about offering a small communication of some format. Um, like a text or like a short email, just a hey, you're on my mind, thinking of you, wishing you well, this sort of thing. And now this is the part that was confusing me. The Six of Pentacles reversed because it's got a clock on it in this deck, clarified by the Ace of Swords reversed. After you've sent the small communication, and again, that Page of Pentacles is the clarifier for the Hanged Man whose head is detached from his body. This is talking about get out of your head, send a small message, and then let go of time and expectation of response. Release it. There's something about being in an energy of lighthearted fun and frequency and cultivating that in your life, and then sending a small message from that place after you've cultivated that in your field. Again, small, short, nothing long. And then from there, letting go of time, releasing all attachments to hearing back, releasing all attachments to how long it takes for him to get back. Because I'm gonna tell you, Ace of Swords reversed, clarifying this time card, the Six of Pentacles. This lets me know he's not going to respond, but there's something about sending this small message that's actually going to create some sort of movement here for you, create some sort of shifting, transforming, changing in the connection itself. but it does look like there's a need to release attachment to time and release attachment to equating the connection with work. Okay. And I did talk about that a little bit in the twin flame lunar update. For the Capricorn new moon, getting into a lighter place in the connection. That right there is really going to help you shift frequency with the connection. It's going to help you move some stuck energy. And it looks like underneath all of this for the both of you, because bottom of the Rider-Waite Tarot deck was Three of Swords upright. Bottom of the Santa Muerte deck was Five of Pentacles upright. There is some sort of like needing to deal with the like shifting out of the energy of loss for the two of you, because right after that Three of Swords is the Ten of Cups upright for the Rider-Waite. And right after the Five of Pentacles is the Queen of Cups for the whatchamacallit, like just being in the flow of energy with him, like connecting in a lighthearted way, making your life lighter hearted all around seems to really start to shift the energy and the connection on the whole. So that's what it says you can do in the third dimension, and send a light message, a short message, brief message after that, or from that energy of lightheartedness. Okay, that's what I got, Camille. Thanks for letting me do that for you. Really fun to take a look. If you want to get on the list, you can. I'm doing some live mini readings. Live mini readings allow me to look at your chart. And then for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then I do a tarot card or oracle card pull for you for about 4 or 5 minutes as well. And, you know, the 10-minute read, we get a lot out of it, a lot out of the 10-minute read. And that's about the time it takes for me to answer one question thoroughly in a private reading. I do roughly about 10 minutes per question. So in a 1-hour reading, I get through about 5 or 6 questions. In a 30-minute reading, I get through about 3 or 4 questions. So, you know, we go pretty deep for the time, but this is also the cheapest way to kind of work with me. So decided to pop on and do these because the January calendar is almost all the way booked out. I'm booking now. I think the next available appointment is January 15th, and there's only one. And then after that, January 17th, and there's only two. And then I think after that, the 31st. Was it the 31st? Whatever the last 2 Fridays are in January. Yeah, girl, let's talk about this drought. Dark Skin Tarot. Let's talk about this drought. What is going on? Y'all can't be out here like this. You know, okay, first of all, I'm gonna put y'all on. I got some resources for y'all. I'm gonna put y'all on. Okay, so back to what we were talking about with Venus and Scorpio. I'm gonna really put y'all on today, boy. Okay, so here goes, not Venus, Juno. Venus is higher octave. Now, here's the difficulty with Juno. She was loyal to Jupiter in the mythology to a fault. And so in her loyalty to Jupiter, her husband, you know, Jupiter in the mythology, I mean, there's just no other way to say it. He was a hoe. So he would be out in these streets, this goddess, that nymph, this human transforming himself left, right, front, and center. I'm going to be a horse. I'm going to be this, that, so that I can get the woman to make love to me, right? This sort of thing. He was doing the most. In the mythology, this truly upset Juno. She didn't like that. She didn't want to marry him in the first place. But then she did after a lot of convincing, only for him to act like that. Like, what? And then the one time she was like, you know what? I'm about to get mine. Dark Skin Tarot says, oh, so you know him. um, so when Juno finally said, you know what, F this, I'm about to get mine, she sets up her own sneaky link, her own liaison, only for Jupiter to find out and turn her lover into the eyes on a peacock. Or was it her lover? Or was it her lookout? She had to set up a lookout on top of having a lover. It was messy, very messy. Needless to say, she did not even get to her hookup, right? Now, with all of that in mind, right? And this is the way my guidance team explained it to me. Those of you who are activated by divine love carry the opportunity in your frequency to rewrite these stories, to have a better shot at showing the world what divinity plus love can look like than that foolishness. And so, many times, those of us who have identified as twin flame, divine connection, divine counterpart, soulmate, this sort of thing, many times the starting point is we pick up where they left off, all that foolishness. We see that foolishness in our own lives. Like, what is this? We are the divine masculine, we are the divine feminine from that, that mythology, right? Tons of manifestation and creative power and ability, absolutely gifted in terms of guidance, support, and leadership for other people in the third dimension. People turn to Juno and Jupiter for guidance, support, and leadership on Mount Olympus. They kind of laid down the law for the other gods and goddesses. What they said went. We see that in our own lives. We are those people for the people in our lives. And it's like, why can't I get my love life together? Like, what is the problem? We are transmuting this older legacy energy in our lives. So we get this activation by love. We understand what it truly is. We start to understand the truth of what true connection really looks like. And then we get the opportunity, because we are divinity incarnate here in the flesh, to make different choices, live a different life, have a different experience of divine love incarnate. Part of the reason it's so challenging is written into humanity's DNA is you don't really get to experience divine love until after you've died. We have that the skin veil as the separation between us and standing in the presence of God's love on the other side of the skin veil. But with through our process here, we actually get to experience divine love while we are in the meat suit. And so this is part of what causes life to turn upside down, because anything in our world where life is less than that divine love, we're living halfway, less than careers, halfway, less than family lives, love lives, marriages, partnerships, or parenthood, halfway, less than. This is where we start to go, oh, okay, I see. Got to bring the divine love to all the areas of life, not just feel it in the connection and wait for somebody to change. I got to change all the things to match with that frequency. As more and more of your life matches with the frequency of divine love, we start to see transformation in the connection as well on both sides. And we have these cycles of Juno and Jupiter through the zodiac, Jupiter in Gemini right now, Juno in Scorpio right now. And we get this opportunity, one frequency at a time, one constellation at a time, to transmute for ourselves, so that we are, as these planets move through these signs, one by one, we're just leaving behind the shadow side of each of these signs. Now, let's get to the juicy stuff. I am so grateful that this channel is, I can kind of say more of what I want because it's not monetized. Juno in Scorpio. The thing that's, we know Scorpio deals with death, manipulation and control, power, fear, deception, other people's money. But the thing that most people are affiliating Scorpio with in modern times is the sexy time. So here we go. Juno and Scorpio for this extended period of time through our divine feminine energy fields is going to have us deal with our sex life and our relationship to sex and intimacy. It is going to force us to take a nice look at what could a healthy, activated by divine love sex life look for me at this point in time. So not having any, I don't know if that's divine love, y'all. I don't know if that's it. For decades, how I don't know if that is it. So for a lot of us, this is going to give us an opportunity to rewrite the script when it comes to our relationship with physical intimacy. It's also going to give us an opportunity to rewrite the rules when it comes to physical intimacy as well. Okay, so now that's the teaching. Let's get on with resources. Are y'all ready for resources? This is where you go. Dark Skin Tarot says, I'm ready to eat. I love it. Uh, only like months for me. Good enlightened one. All right, sis. DST says, and they are all over the place. Meanwhile, I know in some ways this has elevated my abilities, healing, and discernment. That's right, DST. Who's going hoeing with me? I'm kidding. Don't be kidding. Don't be kidding. Let me hook y'all up. I'm gonna put y'all on game. Let me get y'all some resources. I got resources for every budget, everybody, I got all the resources. You know, I've been down this rabbit hole. Let's start at the top. I love Mama Gina. For those of you who don't know her, her name is Regina Thomasauer. She created the School of Womanly Arts, and she has a program on feminine. This to get this stuff to capture. Stop. Collaborate and listen. With my internet connection is unstable. It's been saying that all day. Come on now. Don't do me like this. Okay. Change your life with the power of pleasure. She is a true pleasure activist. I've taken her classes both online and in person. She does an extraordinary level of work educating women on what it means to be a person with a specifically clitoris and how you can leverage the power of the biological build of the clitoris to facilitate your healing. And so you're specifically, you're healing to your body, then you're healing to your life, and of course, your relationship and healing for sex. So she's got a 5-day self-love mini course. Looks like that's free. She only wants you to put in a name and email for that. This is her. I love that she's a woman in her wisdom years. She has figured it out. Programs. Let's see what's going on down here. Welcome to the School of Womanly Arts. The School of Womanly Arts is a global classroom for two women, women who have been called too sensitive, too emotional, too feminine, too masculine, too round, too flat, too sexual, too frigid, too confident, too meek, too together, too broken, too much. Your two is nothing less than right and specifically holy. And with a little help from me, you're gonna come to believe it. I love her. She is just such a freaking force. Oh, she got a new man. Okay, Regina. Join Regina and Peter for the Art of Surrender, a 6-week journey and how to find and nurture true love. A groundbreaking course given tools and training to heal from past wounds, show up as your best self in partnership, ID old triggers, make space for healthy attachment, and leave ready to call in the relationship you most desire or nurture the one you've already got. Love it. Pleasure Boot Camp. Love this one. It's an online course, support and accountability to live and breathe her foundational teachings. 9 weeks to clarify your desires, put them in action, and create a pleasure-filled life of your dreams. Really good stuff. And she's got pleasure coaching. You can become a certified pleasure coach, which I strongly recommend for those of you who are guided. And the Pussy Leadership Mastermind. If you've been seeking an advanced path of study, look no further than the PLM. It's an exclusive opportunity to be mentored by Regina at close range, 6 months in a radical container, ready to bust through sensuality box, polish and shine, and cultivate your desires. Love it. And they have live events as well for you to be able to find a way to live. Okay, so those are the programs. She's also got books. I really love this one. The P Word, A Reclamation. Such a great read. I love this. How to End the War with Your Body. Sensual Awareness. Why that's critical for spiritual, intellectual, and emotional health, and creating a sensual awareness practice. That's also very important. And let's see where the other books at. Okay, so the School of Womanly Arts book and the Owner and Operator's Guide to Men, the Marriage Manual, and yeah, this is Regina, and this is just resource one. She's legit. Definitely recommend you checking her out. Website is mamaginas.com. Like, she goes deep, y'all. There's a lot of stuff she cannot say on the internet. So go find her in the newsletter, etc., etc. So that's Regina. Love her. Some of you may also really resonate with Layla Martin. Some of you have already heard of Layla. She's both on YouTube and she is in the world of the Instagrams, etc. Apparently, she's got a tantric mastermind for couples available, accepting applications. Very, very fun. Experience epic sex and legendary love. She's worked with Regina, so you're going to find some overlap in the teachings, and you'll catch Regina here on these little flashes. Where is she? That's Regina. Okay, so moving on. If you are single at the moment, you can work in the Bliss program, which is a beautiful program for really reigniting that personal passion and intimacy and getting into a place where you're still growing physically, sexually as a woman, even if you are single. She has something called the Bliss Orgasmic Masterclass. Love to see it. And lots of different information here. Really, really beautiful. Spending time in the pleasure zone. Love it. This will help you ignite your passion, feel confident in your own skin. Courses for you if, definitely not for you. Okay, here go to modules. This is the meat, y'all. Loving your sexuality. Boost your natural pleasure and love chemicals and explore new ways of experiencing orgasm. Unlock sensational ecstasy. Learn how to relax into orgasm by getting out of your head and into your body. Develop a powerful pelvic floor muscle control and connection for more pleasure. Learn sensual and pleasurable squeezing techniques for more exquisite orgasms. Module 3, releasing stuck emotions to awaken your full sexual vibrancy. There's a lot of evidence that a lot of the emotional cascade, when we spend extraordinary amounts of time in heartbreak, pain, anger, or rage, that stuff gets stuffed. Those vibrations, those energies, the chemicals of those in the physical body populate around the uterus and the womb and can start to create problems, especially if you've already got a diet that is complicating your hormonal structure. Emotional chemicals like those, if they're not getting released, they can actually cause blockage in your second chakra and your specifically the organ itself of the womb and the ovaries and all of that and its function, creating like kind of a compounding issue where then the hormones don't function correctly, and then you start to have imbalanced hormones and the concomitant mood swings. Then those mood swings can kick off more negative emotions, and you see how it can be like a cycle. You want to get out of that by learning how to release the stuck emotions that get trapped in the womb. And looks like she's talking about that in module 3. Breathing and sounding techniques to supercharge pleasure, full body orgasms, module 4, unleashing sexual energy, emotionally fluid, comfortable with all your emotions, confidence in expressing all of yourself emotionally and sexually, sounding practices to stay connected to your authentic sexuality. We love it. Module 5, awaken your inner goddess. Stream orgasmic sensations throughout your body to feel fully energized after sex. Okay, so she's teaching some tantric stuff here. Tantric practice to change negative patterns, feel the way you want to feel during sex, set the foundation of exquisite multi-orgasmic experiences, master orgasmic bliss, powerful practice to call in how you wish to be loved, desired, and she uses the F word here. Put all the foundations together. So it's a really great course, and that's just one of them. She has Obelisk for women, and then she's got Goddess Empowerment, Vita, Sacred Sexuality, and Crystal Pleasure. For those of you who haven't used a jade egg or a crystal egg, she uses the yoni egg here. I've seen a lot of women come out of jade egg or crystal egg courses with, if you've got like pelvic floor prolapse, if you've got, or your pelvic floor tilts forward or backwards, or your, not pelvic floor, but your uterus tilts, or you have lost either sensation or lost, what is that called? Those PC muscles that keep the urine in. If you've lost their capacity to do that, her crystal pleasure course and the jade egg course I'm about to show you with the next resource can help restructure that. I've heard a lot of testimonials of people who've been able to get that stuff back. So lots of stuff here. We've got our Eros retreat. We've got a tantric mastermind. We've got a coaching certification. So lots of resources here with Layla Martin. She's also got an amazing YouTube channel. Definitely check her out. Gonna put Layla over here for you guys. Let's just see what y'all are talking about. I have the book. I'm going to read it. This mini reading definitely divinely guided to end the Mojave experience for me. Good for you. Buff muff exercises. That's right. Enlighten One. DST says, yeah, would love a tantric partner. Yeah. And there may be like, for those of you who are in that experience of it just doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel good without my counterpart. Like if you're in that place, it may really serve you to go slow and find a partner where you know for a fact, this is just about me opening up physically in a safe space. I just need a safe place to begin to practice opening again. Okay. It's beyond Kegel exercises, Camille. Enlightened One says, I dare not purr. There'll be a yard full of tomcats. Enlightened one, are you a Scorpio or do you have a lot of Scorpio placements? That's funny to me. Or do you have Venus conjunct your sun or your rising or your midheaven or that's something. And the twilight. Yeah. And so okay, so let's get on to the other resources because they some of them will tell you about how to do that partner thing if it needs to be just about finding a tantra partner. I'm gonna get into uh some other resources. Okay, so next resource I have for you on this subject is the beautiful, where is it? Why am I drawing a, oh, Kiminami. Here we go. All right, let's talk about Kim Anami. Her claim to fame is she did a tour around the world of lifting different objects with her vaginal muscles alone. That's her. She is also entering her wisdom years, which I love to see. She is, and that's her literally holding with something that's inside of her, a coconut. My vagina can lift coconuts, can yours. I am a holistic sex and relationship coach, and I'm here to bring more juice to your love life and your bed. I've propelled millions into higher stratospheres of connection, sensuality, energy, and aliveness. I connect with people all over the world via my online sex and relationship school and my intimacy retreats in Bali and Mexico. But my main message, everyone ought to be having more sex and better sex. When you are, you'll revitalize not only your intimate relationship, but everything else in your life from your career to your bank balance. And she has receipts, y'all, receipts. So you can get on her list for free, 9 orgasms to transform your life. The Anami guarantee is that everyone can have an orgasm. And then she has something called salons, which are just classes, online classes. Um, and the first one, like kind of the entry point for women in particular, is vaginal kung fu. It's for anyone with a vagina. And she has other ones called the Sexy Mama Salon, Coming Together for Couples, the Well Fucked Woman Salon, Sexual Mastery for Men, and G Spot Ecstasy. Let's take a look. Let's go play. Let's go see. So the format is a weekly delivery of a pre-recorded, gorgeously shot, high definition video content. You receive home play assignments based on that week's information, usually a mix of physical challenges and emotional exploration. Again, she's connecting that heart chakra to the second chakra, just like Layla, just like Mama Gina. You get resources to do that and really explore the connection between your hormones and your emotions and begin the process of whatever your healing is. A few days later, you can jump on the phone live with me for an open Q&A session. Everything is archived and you get lifetime access. Life-changing sex makes anything possible. Come alive. So Vaginal Kung Fu, she offers all of her classes once a year. VKF opens in January. The Well Fucked Woman opens in June. The Couple Salon opens in April. The Sexy Mama Salon is open now, the tail end of the year. So if you want to get into that, you're pregnant or expecting, this is really about having an orgasmic birth, ecstatic, consciousness altering, transformative, sexual, self-actualizing, blissful experience. And your pregnancy and birth can be this way. Sexual Mastery for Men is an August thing. Yoni Jade Egg Kit Salon Net is available to join now. And you can strengthen, tone, and increase your orgasmic potential with the most effective pelvic floor work on the planet. So really good stuff. Shoot, again, is a Jade Egg course, but it will help you work physically, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually to reconnect with your vagina, your sexual energy, and your feminine flow. It is a self-study salon and you can join it anytime. G-Spot is also self-study. You can join every time. She covers hers and his G spots. Yes, he has one too. And that's her free offer, the Orgasmopedia, 9 orgasms to transform your life. So lots of great resources with Kim Anami. I find that you'll like if you just one of her courses is like really life-changing. Let's just see what's going on here. I am going to go back, put Kim Anami there in the chat for y'all. There's Kim. DSD, yes, weightlifting with your JJ. Um, Here is VKF. Okay. Most women have numb, under functioning vaginas, but you don't have to be one of them. Let's get down here and see her, what she's teaching. So what's included. Okay, so Salon 1, sexual feng shui, find and clear the blocks pulling you back, yoni gazing and recognizance, using your vagina as your ultimate compass, Taoist sexual medicine for self-healing and opening energy pathways, sexual shadow work, sexual detoxification. So good. Class number 2, discover why orgasms are your infinite power source and how to use them to your ultimate potential. Convert sexual energy into creative energy and fuel for your work, life, and relationships. Increase the magnetic power of your vagina and your womb to attract your deepest desires, including the people you desire and the opportunities you desire. Learn the emotional anatomy and sexual reflexology points inside of your vagina so you can heal yourself by having sex. The do's and don'ts of vaginal weightlifting practice, holistic yoni care, rewilding sexuality, and cultivating optimal hormonal balance. Really good stuff. And some guided visualization work. Mind Body Sexcyclopedia. Learn to read and listen to the message of your body. Step-by-step holistic guidance on multidimensional modalities to address everything from yeast infections that are recurrent, brutal periods, and PMS. I've actually seen a lot of people reverse hormonal imbalance just by doing her work. Change nothing in the diet, change nothing in their daily life. They just did what she said to do. And it's not like diagnoses, like medical diagnoses, have gone away on their own. And she talks about that a lot on her podcast. She has a lot of students come on her podcast to talk about how the work worked for them. Rejuvenate yourself, how to use menstruation and menopause as power portals. Eradicate PMS, challenging periods, and difficult menopause. Taoist Qigong, ancient techniques to utilize sexual energy and channel it. Heal relationships to your feminine energy and tap into this power. Natural birth control. Now, some of y'all could really stand to have some of that. Learn your fertility windows by observing your own body. Your breast self. So techniques to give yourself natural breast lift and facelift so you can look and feel more youthful. Holistic breast care and healing practices. The secret to nipple-gasms. How to grow your breasts by channeling your sexual energy. So when I did the course, there were actually a couple women who grew like a cup size or two just by doing the stuff she said here. So if you want to grow your titties, hey, she got you. Unfuck your stuck. Kim's top techniques for busting through plateaus. Many of you are in a plateau with your counterpart, habituated to separation, habituated to no communication. So this would be really helpful for you. She goes into a lot of worthiness stuff, reprogramming the subconscious, shadow work, and surrender, providing some new definitions for those. The 7th class is about healing yourself. So we get some holistic suggestions and indigenous stuff, indigenous healing, yoni steaming, and womb massage for reproductive ailments, herbs, supplements, nutritional and vibrational medicine. healing past physical and emotional trauma. And some of you have stored what felt like separation trauma in your womb. This is why you can't have sex with nobody else, because you've got separation trauma that you're holding on to. That stuff can get stored in the vagina, and you got to get it out in order to be open again. Step-by-step guide for performing healing vaginal massage to loosen stored tension. The three horsemen of sexual trauma, the places where most people don't think to look, and how to heal these areas. Empowering yourself, deeper orgasms to increase your cash flow. Yes, sex and money are tied together. Absolutely. Second house, eighth house. We see it astrologically. That didn't come from nowhere. That when things are a little dry in one area, they can also be real dry in some other areas too. Attract and let good things come into your life rather than stressing and working to make it happen. We just saw this in our last mini reading. The message was to release making the connection feel like work. Pocket mood guide, to which sexual positions help balance you depending upon how you feel. Different movements in sex to increase the flow of energy and healing, strengthening the heart vaginal connections so that you're more emotionally present and open during sex. This right here, this is what has all the boys come back to your yard for the milkshake, girls. Right here, right here, the heart vaginal connection. I'm telling you, she'll teach you some stuff that will rock somebody's world. How to give your man a hand job with your vajayjay, all the good stuff. So love to see it. There's some testimonials. She's amazing. So that's Kim Anami. And she's got, like I said, lots of other classes. That's just one, but she's an extraordinary teacher. Okay. So that's Kim, Mama Gina, Layla. Oh my goodness. And I'm not done. You see, I've been down this rabbit hole. Okay. So, orgasm. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. Where is it? Let's see if this is. Yes, Nicole. What was her last name? Sardone, something like that. Okay, so this there's a group called One Taste. They're based out of the West Coast in California. They created a practice called oming, aka orgasmic meditation. And what it is it's a practice of gentle, sensual touch of the vagina by a partner with somebody who has a vagina, and it allows a person, both the giver and the receiver, to begin to open up sexually. It releases a lot of spiritual and emotional blocks that people can hold when it comes to sexual trauma, but also emotional trauma. And again, a lot of you are holding emotional trauma of separation in your vagina. And you can actually, through One Taste, they vet, they do work to actually find people and make sure that, you aren't working out here with crazy people. But you can meet people who just want to engage in this practice. They typically, advise that the giving partner use gloves, the receiving partner, shower and stuff like that, all the good stuff. That you have conversation, communication. They give you a full practice for it. And you can find a partner who's just want to stroke your vagina for a little while, get the party started, get things working. That has nothing to do with relationship, nothing to do with having sex, but that this practice really opens up a lot of feminine energy in both people. Okay. So That's the Eros platform by One Taste. Let's see what the live events. Ooh, based in New York. Who's in New York in the chat? Some of y'all might be in New York in the chat or visiting New York. Okay, what is Ohm hybrid online? Okay, some of y'all need to just do this on January 11th. What is Ohm hybrid online and in-person workshop? 5 hours. Yes. What if there was a way to use the most powerful human drive, the sex impulse, for more than pleasure and procreation? What if a method had been created to harness that incredible power and directed towards growth and unconditional freedom? What if one day we could change the way you see women's power forever? Find out about what thousands of people have experienced and what leading neuroscientists are saying about groundbreaking practice. And there's a course schedule there. Wow. It looks like, I don't know, maybe it's free. Yep, looks free. Just do that. Start there. What is it? And then you can join the community. Okay, so there's that thing right there. DST said K is helping waters flow. Yes, that is exactly what I'm out here doing. I'm trying to like rescue people's freaking the JJs from the droughts. There was an alternative practice to One Taste. Other groups like One Taste. Let me see. Not Neo Tantra. Intimacy groups. Nicole Daydone, that's her last name. Okay. What was it? Okay, I don't see it. They may have gone out of business, but let me just see. See also Neo Tantra. Let's just see what's going on with Neo Tantra. One Taste Sex Cult Sex Positive Movement. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop here. I gave y'all a lot, like a lot to look at, and I could give y'all even more, but I feel like this is a great place to start. Are you eating the right foods? I have suggestions. All right, let me catch up with where y'all have been in the chat. I'm pretty sure no one has paid because I've been talking about sex way too much. But if you would like to do a mini reading before I wrap up and close out, now's the time to pay and get on the list. But I'm about to wrap up and close out because I have another thing to get to. Okay. So that's what I have for y'all in terms of resources. But yeah, Juno retrograde in Scorpio is going to really ask anyone in a drought dealing with an issue of said nature, things that we've talked about, to start the process of bringing the second chakra back online. Man After Midnight by ABBA. Listen to it, please. Okay. I heard of her. Interesting. I do something like that. I remember seeing her before. Oh, I love her page. I want that ribbon on the thigh. Yes, I have that book. I'm going to read it. This mini reading is definitely divinely guided to end the Mojave experience. Buff muff exercises. Yes, I would love a tantric partner. DST, check out One Taste. You'll be able to find one there. I don't want to be continue to be stunted in that area. There, I just rewrote the story because the type of intimacy is also helpful with ethereal abilities. Absolutely. Okay, ladies, purr. Yes. Scorpio moon and Venus. There you go. That's what it is in light one. You get it. Yes, beyond is what I was just going to say. Haha, Libra North Node that I'm entering. I'm on this for 2025. Here. There you go. 13 in a row by my lonesome. Okay, that's enough. No lonesomes. Oh my goodness, my sex life is linked to my finances. Oh, abundance poureth forth. There you go, DST. You've seen that movie, you know. Yes, I do not know that movie, but now I want to watch it. We don't want that organ falling out. Correct. Pelvic floor strength is very important. You can also heal incontinence. That's right. Boric acid suppository for pH health. Carrot seed was used back in the day for birth control. It's right. You can still use it for that. A spiritual womb. I had a full hysterectomy, but it's there. There you go, DST. And both, I know for a fact, Mama Gina and Kim Anami talk about how to work around that. And Layla Martin may as well. I haven't dug enough into her work to know for sure. I did also, when I was 36, got you flower. I received unexpected blessings, even monetarily, since being celibate. Maybe it might be the inverse for you, especially with Venus and Scorpio. That's a sign of her debilitation. Love these resources. Yes, I'm still alive, Kylie, but I'm about to wrap up. She said, "What did I walk into?" Flower says, "Sex drought." No, reversing the sex drought, Flower. That's what she walked into. Enlightened One says, right, Kay, is helping the waters flow. That's exactly what we're trying to do out here. I flow with my waters, myself. Okay, Enlightened One. I mean, you get that prerogative as long as the waters are flowing, right? Kylie says, "What do people need help with?" I got you. There you go. Enlightened One, I'm dead. Gosh, I'll have to send my kids away. Yes, DST. This is for the adult time. This is for the adult time. Yeah, I had to turn it down for kiddos. Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. I didn't know. I forget because I don't have kids. So I try to be kid inclusive in the way that I read and mention, what's going on with families and what people might expect in terms of what could be happening with children, or inner child, because there's definitely a house for that. It's just been my prerogative not to go in that direction in this lifetime so far. But it's always funny to me when people are like, "Hey, there are kids in the room." I'm like, "Oh, right. I forgot they exist." um, Great. Okay. The list is open. Yes, I'll take one or two more if people have questions. I just don't put my name on YouTube, so contacted Cayman. Yes. I'm leaving again. Happy sex times and Christmas activities. I love it. Okay, so that's what I got for you guys for resources on that subject. Does anyone have views about the resources or why Juno and Scorpio will have us handling business? This was really great. Thank you so much. I will respond to your email list as well. Okay, cool. Sounds really good. Sounds perfect. Thank you so very much. Love it. Night one. Well, here's to an opportune moment. Yes, enlightened one, right? Come on now. Come on. All right. Well, if nobody has any questions and everyone is satisfied with the list of resources, bye, enlightened one. It was great to see you. And hopefully you guys have a great holiday and again, like Kylie said, enjoy your Christmas activities. Um, really looking forward to, if you guys take me up on the resources, hearing what that's about. Oh, I did tell y'all about Jupiter and Juno and Scorpio. That's where we started. And both of y'all were here for that. Let me see. So both of y'all were here when I said Juno, the wife of Jupiter, is going to be inside of Scorpio, which deals with sex and sexuality for 11 months. This is why Juno, she's the divine feminine energy, and why sex and why Scorpio. Yes. So it's an opportunity if there's blockage, if there's drought, if there's trauma, Juno and Scorpio is going to ask us to get to the next level of release, letting it go, letting the waters flow. Okay. DST is a Scorpio sun. Hey, come through now. Scorpio, big Scorpio energy in the house. And light one is a Scorpio moon, Scorpio Venus. I love it. Yes. Yes. So that is why it's going to spend a nice long time here and ask the divine feminine to really deal with issues related to the womb, anything that's not serving her in the womb space, hormones, all of that, anything related to her sexuality, their sexual trauma, sexual fear, sexual hangups, sexual droughts, get back into balance, all of that. Okay. Things I can't say, resources, it would be difficult to share on the main YouTube channel, but since this channel is not monetized, things I can go in depth with here. All right. Really nice. Really nice. Yeah, you're very welcome. DST says he better not come back now. I'll break him. I don't know, girl. You might, just have him like come out of his shell. Might just be the breakthrough, the connection needed. Could really do that for a lot of people. Okay. But yeah, like I said, there's some for many, I've said this on the main YouTube channel, there are some other issues that are more prescient or more like to deal with up front, like, infidelity, lying, these sort of things. Living a split life, like not being able to have sex with your spouse at all because your heart is somewhere else and it's choked up your second chakra, right? So, Juno in Scorpio is going to be like, ladies, we need to have a word. Yeah. Yes, we are going to handle the business. Enlightened One says, "'Tis the season, DST." Enlightened One, your sense of humor is very funny. All y'all are very humorous. You are very funny ladies. I'm tickled by it. Y'all are all very funny women. Okay. Well, I'm about to go and do some, and she said, handle it hard. And Light One says, I'm here. Okay, before the chat gets any more randy, I'm leaving. I love you guys. It was a lot of fun. No one has paid to get on the list. So I think we're going to end here unless anyone is like, wait, let me get on the list. Going once, let me know. I'm I see this has really turned the engines for y'all, and I am so here for it. Please handle all the business. I think that's a lot of fun. Um, oh my goodness, going twice. You guys are some of the most brilliant ladies I know. If anyone's going to be able to call it in through her second chakra activities, it's going to be y'all and the gentlemen in the chat. Flower says, we appreciate you for sharing and being here. Love you, lady. Love you too. Room. Yes, it is going to be a very merry Christmas for some people. Who said hips don't lie? Good night. Dark skin tarot. Yes, hips do not lie. Y'all are hilarious. Drop it like it's hot. Yeah. Oh my gosh, y'all are funny. Putting my little cards away now. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Yes. I see y'all are ready. Y'all are ready. It ain't been that much of a drought. Y'all got all the little one-liners and quips. Y'all are out here really ready. Dong, da, dong, dong, dong. Yes, DST. Yes. Oh, y'all got me cracking up. I was not prepared for y'all to be like, say less, K Moon. I know exactly what you're talking about. Was not prepared. Y'all were really like, say less. All right, going 3 times. About to get up off of here. Since there were no payments. And y'all just out here want to be Randy for a little bit. Pose at Hartwell. You know, what can I say? My vibe has attracted my tribe. That is the truth. My vibe has attracted my tribe. Laughter is the best medication. Yes, I agree. That and an orgasm. Best medicine you can get. Okay, y'all. I love y'all. It was a lot of fun to be out here with y'all and doing this and chatting you up about the astrology of everything from the election to uh all of our activities. The best year ever for all of you. Yes. So I will be live probably next Saturday as well. One last time before we kick off the new year. So if anybody missed it, you can absolutely join me then. We're going to go ahead and end now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, everyone who got a reading. Thank you all for everyone who just stayed for the vibes. Really looking forward to a new year with you and seeing where the new year takes us. It does look like a great year. Definitely lots of healing, both for the United States and the economy. Also, it looks like a fabulous year of growth and healing for the divine feminine energy, both whether you identify as feminine or not. We close out the year since there is since the January calendar is almost booked up. Take great care.